obsessions, always jumping through. I'm so tangled, I'm so worthy, I'm just lost in my reflection. Pay attention, you never will. I will overanalyze and fall victim. But when I'm lowest, time to get to know myself. I'm still tangled, I'm not worried, 'cause I am caught up in this perfection. Pay attention, yeah, you never will. 'Cause you depend, so you always will. If you arrest yourself again, I'll help you clean up the mess. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. Just wanna be free, yeah. Free, yeah. Free, yeah. Free, yeah. Hey, I just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. You, I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. Hey, I just wanna change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. It's about you. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. Your radiant truth. I know that you will understand because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant.
Yo! Can I make something good out of this? Can I make something good out of this? What's up, people? Chances are you will not be missed, 'cause you don't give a shit
Can I make something good
out of this. You could be late, you could be true, you could be underneath my shoe. The only one who's strong, devastated if I'm wrong. Let's go. It will be interesting, I'm sure. Dude, feisty bot. Let's go, thank you.
something good out of this?
Can I pretend that something is missing? Chances are you will not be missed, 'cause you don't give a shit.
Can I make something good out of this?
You could be late, you could be true, you could be underneath my shoe. Sometimes you're the only one who's strong. Not be devastated if I'm wrong. I am the one you love to hate, but you cannot devastate. It will be interesting, I'm sure, 'cause I want more. Let's go. Oh! Dude, Machine Gun Lips Levitt. Machine Gun Levitt. Here, we cut it off a little early so we can get right into it. Boss. I say, goddamn. Dude, what we got? What do we got? Dude, how we doing on this lovely, fucking, what is it? Is it Saturday? Dude, Super Bowl tomorrow. Holy shnikes. Oh, the music's still going? All right, there we go. Sorry. Here, I thought I did the big exit. Oh, shit. Dude, somebody said, somebody called Caroline Levitt pipe fitter lips. Dude, pipe fitter lips. There you go, dude. Let's go. Oh, I did, but it came back. Interesting. Pipe fitter. All right, well, now it's gone. Dude, she's got some of them pipe fitter lips. Oh, shit. Dude. All right. So how we living, guys? Dude, they were throwing rubber dongs at ice. Oh man, dude, what a show. What a crazy day, boss. All right, can I just tell you? Oh, dude, it's been a bizarre day. I mean, in recap, Here's what I've noticed about today. Was like, obviously, like the Epstein stuff is like blowing up. Okay. People are calling for Lutnick's resignation, which is wild because apparently the Epstein situation for Lutnick is getting even worse. I mean, we all watched the video, right, where he like said, oh, he told the story about him and his wife seeing the massage table, and they're like, man, when we walked out, was one and done, right? No, I'm not hanging out with him socially, no philanthropy, no nothing, never going to be in the same room with this guy. And then little do we know, homie Lutnick is like going to the island. He's like giving away the ages of all the children he's bringing to the island. And now we find out that Lutnick and Epstein were in business together. They were fucking business partners, bro. What in Sam hell is going on that we're going to get into that later? That Lutnick was in business with Jeffrey Epstein. Like, wow. Hello. Dude, these guys, like everyone in the Trump orbit is just a crazy fucking liar. Now, that's one thing we're going to look at. Okay. The other thing we're going to look at is we are going to look at that Midas touch video with Anushka, right? The Epstein survivor. We're going to take a look at that video. I think that video is going to be worthwhile checking out, right? Then we're going to look at some general fucking, some other general information related to Epstein, some of the juicy shit we have. We will be looking at that new photo that unearthed, okay? And this kind of came out this morning. It's a little bit intense, but so Epstein was at a, like, I don't know, some type of dinner, some type of meeting with a whole bunch of the American, like, social media billionaires. And he took a photograph of them and emailed it to himself. And that photograph is also like on his little credenza. So that's crazy, right? We have Zuckerberg, Musk, Thiel, like all in the same room with Epstein. This is right before the 2016 election. Okay, right? That is crazy. Then there is, let's see, and then the last couple of things we're going to look at. Yeah, the photo's nuts. We're going to get to that. Then there's two more things we're going to look at. One of them is obviously this bizarre Olympics scandal that's going on. A couple of the American Olympians were like, you know what? I don't really like, I'm not a huge fan of what's going on in our country. I feel conflicted. And MAGA like wants to put them in prison. Dude, hello. What the fuck, dude? MAGA, they're like, bro, they don't believe in anything they believed in like 1 year ago. Okay. And then last but not least, we are going to look at the scandal with Kid Rock and the TPUSA halftime show, which is like, oh my God, dude. Like, I guess Kid Rock also had some music festival he was doing that everyone's dropping out of. Like, all the country stars are abandoning Kid Rock. Didn't a guy piss in the snow? Yeah, but so that's a British athlete. I mean, there's an American guy who is on the British team that did the snow peeing thing. And MAGA, though, is mad that a couple American skiers said they're upset about ice. Because basically, now, if you disagree with ice, MAGA thinks you should be put in jail. All right. I mean, I guess we can just start with my tweet because I feel like this tweet was actually pretty prescient. But look at this, guys. You ready? You want to see something fun? that is like accurate. Okay. This is amazing. Okay. In less than a year, you ready? Here we go. In less than 1 year, okay, MAGA is now against states' rights. They want to put you in jail for the things that you say. They say if you carry a weapon, they have a right to shoot you, okay? They're protecting pedophiles at all costs, and they want to go to war with everyone. That's their new party platform, guys. 1 year, and they have flipped on all of those positions, like in 1 year. Dude, isn't that insane? This was shit that they literally have mouthpieced for the last decade about states' rights, free speech, Second Amendment, right? You know what I mean? Anti-pedo. They want to see the Epstein files. No war, right? Remember, Hillary's a war hawk. Kamala's going to go to war, right? Oh, my God. Dude, somebody said Elon Neuralinked him. Dude, I think Elon may have Neuralinked him. Like, they are flip-flopped. And I had somebody in here, like, sit here and, like, start going off. Like, I didn't even read the whole thing, but I was like, dude, that's a lot of word salad to say you don't believe in anything. Like, they literally don't believe in anything anymore. 5G'd? They may have gotten 5G'd, boss. They something happened, bro. I don't know if it was like the forever chemicals, or I don't know if this was, you know, if they're testing a 7G internet somewhere in MAGAville. But there was somebody, though, in here that said, you know, realistically, like, MAGA talked about stuff, but the only thing they actually ever believed in was, like, wielding power over you. And I'm like, that I kind of buy, right? That's kind of true. That the reality is they just want to have power over us to be able to, like, influence, you know, what society or schools or the government does. But they don't really have any firm, you know, they don't have any firm beliefs, right? Like, when they're talking about abortion, states' rights exist. When they're talking about immigration, states' rights don't, okay? They're talking about, you know, freedom of speech. That means they get to say what they want with no consequences whatsoever. But also, freedom of speech means they can put you in jail if you say the wrong thing, or they're going to get you fired or ruin your life if you decide you don't like one of their policies, right? And I mean, some of this, you know, played out with the Olympians. I mean, let's go ahead and start with the Olympians, right? I think this kind of segues right into them. But it started with a guy from Oregon, okay, with Hunter Hess is his name. He is a skier. He is I believe he's a snowboarder, okay? So he made a comment, okay? You ready? He made a comment. Dude, he's pissing all the fucking people off, like Jake Paul. Dude, I went off on Jake Paul, boss. I did. But so here's Hunter Hess. He is a snowboarder, a freestyle skier. They're having the PR day in the Olympics. And here's what he said, okay?
It brings up mixed emotions to represent the U.S. right now, I think. It's a little hard. There's obviously a lot going on that I'm not the biggest fan of, and I think a lot of people aren't. If it aligns with my moral values, I feel like I'm representing it. Just because I'm wearing the flag doesn't mean I represent everything that's going on in the U.S. So yeah, I just kind of want to do it for my friends and my family and the people that support me getting here.
Okay, so he's conflicted, all right? He is conflicted about ICE, about, you know, the chaos on the streets of America. I mean, it's understandable, okay? Now, there's more. Okay, now look at this guy, though. What, you ski with that flag on your arm, run your mouth on the world stage? Some of us wore that flag on our arm and buried our friends under it. So there's like a bunch of MAGA who have been saying, like, dude, like, men died for that flag. But, like, hey, you ready, MAGA? MAGA, if you're listening, newsflash, yo, fuck nuts, MAGA. The guys that died so this guy can say this shit. Okay? That's why they died. They died so we have a right to say whatever the fuck we want. Okay? And right, you know what I mean? You can get out there and say, yeah, I'm conflicted. Yeah, I have an issue with my government right now. And no armed assassin squad is going to come and whisk them off stage. Like, that's literally why, like, people join the military. You know what I'm saying? It's like, dude, the flag is nothing. Yeah, the flag is a piece of cloth. Okay? It is the ideals of behind that flag that we're supposed to be cherishing. The flag itself is literally fabric. Okay, the ideals are you can freely speak out against the government and the government can't put you away, right? You can protest. You have the right to bear arms. You have the right against unreasonable searches and seizures, okay? You have a lot of fucking rights. The right to the free press to be able to investigate and report without being bullied. I mean, come on, man. There are other American ideals, too, that we were a nation of immigrants, okay? A nation of people that fled other nations and came here wanting to strike off on our own in a space where there was supposed to be a little more freedom and there was supposed to be a path where anybody could make it. Now, granted, we've gotten a little distant from some of those things, but like acting like guys went and joined the military so you could be bullied by a bunch of rapist-loving freaks that are going to tell you, like, what you worship, how to have sex, who you're allowed to be friends with, what you can say and when. Like, no. Nobody joined the military so a bunch of, like, pseudo-religious freaks could go stand outside their bedroom looking under the door crack trying to see what kind of sex you're having inside. Or telling you if you speak up against the government, they're going to, like, put you in the gulag. Like, dude, MAGA is, like, so lost. They have lost their way so hard, guys. You know what I'm saying? Now, there were a couple others. Let's look at this. Dude, what is going on? Okay? There were others. Obviously, we saw Vance get booed, right?
In an individual sport, what an honor for her.
There is the Vice President, J.D. Vance, and his wife, 𝗙ន់. Ooh, those are not, those are a lot of boos for him. Whistling, jeering.
Dude,
applause.
The announcer's like, oh, yeah, those are a lot of boos.
Not a long shot of him.
Dude, I like their fucking, I like their setup, dude. Their outfits are amazing, aren't they? Dude, don't they look good? They really do. Like the American athletes, I think their outfits are like really nice, dude. I think they look great. But oh my God, dude, Vance is getting booed. Now, guys, dude, yeah, no, those coats are amazing. Like everything about it, and you want to hear the boos? It's pretty hard, but
individual sport, what an honor for her.
There is the Vice President, J.D. Vance, and his wife, 𝗙ន់. Ooh, those are not, those are a lot of boos for him. Whistling, jeering, some applause. Not a long shot.
All right. Now, yeah, it's a little hard to hear because mostly you hear the announcers. But guys, it gets crazier, okay? Because check this out. So you know that Vance and 𝗙sze are there, but look at this, guys. You want to see the craziest fucking thing ever? Dude, look at this, okay? Let me find it. You ready? Look at this. Look at this, guys. What the fuck is this? This is J.D. Vance at the Olympics. And Jake Paul is sitting with J.D. Vance and his family. But like Jake Paul is between J.D. Vance and his wife, dude. What? Like, why isn't it Jake, right? It's like 𝗙sze and the kids and Jake Paul and then JD. Dude, is like JD, who's he dating here? Is he dating Jake Paul? Like, what are we doing, bro? Isn't that funny? Like, that is the most bizarre seating arrangement. That is the most bizarre seating arrangement I have ever seen. Now, of course, guys, Jake Paul decided to get involved in this. Okay, he did. He's been lippy. But look at this idiot. Okay, look at Jake Paul, what he says. You ready? Here's what he says. He says, wow, please shut the F up from all true Americans. If you don't want to represent this country, go live somewhere else. Okay, he's all mad at what this person said. Okay, Jake Paul is. He's all mad because Hunter Hess said it's complicated. But guys, can I tell you about Jake Paul? Because Jake Paul says, right, if you don't want to represent this country, go live somewhere else. Dude, Jake Paul can't even vote, guys. Did you know that? After all that shit that Jake Paul can't even vote, Jake Paul gave up his voting rights in America. He moved to Puerto Rico. He moved to Puerto Rico in order to avoid paying taxes. There's something, if you move to Puerto Rico and you like start a business there or something, you can get out of paying taxes. So Jake Paul loves America so much that he moved to an American territory where he can no longer vote. He can no longer participate in American government, but he did that just so he can save some money on taxes because it's not like he already doesn't have a bunch of money. I mean, dude, what a douchebag, bro. What a grifter among grifters. Now, of course, I did call him out. I did. I like laid into him and showed a picture of him in that boxing match and was like, dude, like, you need to zip it, bro. Like, look at you. You're like not even a real boxer. You're like afraid in the ring. The only reason you're in the ring, because this is what bothers me, right? Because Jake Paul is in the ring and he's not in the ring because he deserves it. He's in the ring because he's a rich kid who was like buddies with Dana White, and his brother is doing business with Dana White. But like those Olympians, they earned their way there. They didn't get there because their daddy or their brother or some guy that they were friends with hooked them up. They got there because they actually won their spot. So like Jake Paul, no offense, bro, but you need to shut the fuck up because you can't talk about like earning shit or what a real American is because you are like a rich kid clown, you know, grifter extraordinaire, right? Like, come on, bro. Dude, look at him. Dude, by the way, and another thing, Jake, just for the record, when you're boxing, you're supposed to have your hands up. Like, you're supposed to block your head, okay? You don't have your hands down here. Just so you know, right? Jesus. And also, like, stop abusing women, all right? For starters, too. Maybe quit abusing women. Okay, Jakey? You dumbass? Dude, yeah. Emphasis on dope. Dude, everybody was getting in on there, bro. Oh, my God, dude. Yeah, dude, I went off on him, bro. What a punk. But all right, so let's look at the rest of these skiers. Here's another one. Okay, this is a figure skater, Amber Glenn. She had a little something to say.
Yeah, it's been a hard time for the community overall under this administration. It isn't the first time that we've had to come together as a community and try and fight for our human rights. And now, especially, it's not just affecting the queer community, but many other communities. And I think that we are able to support each other in a way that we didn't have to before, and because of that, it's made us a lot stronger. I hope I can use my platform and my voice throughout these games to try and encourage people to stay strong in these hard times. I know that a lot of people say, you're just an athlete, like stick to your job, shut up about politics, but politics affect us all. It is something that I will not just be quiet about because it is something that affects us in our everyday lives. So, of course, there are things that I disagree with, but as a community, we are strong and we support each other, and brighter days are ahead of us.
Dude, isn't that crazy? Like, I mean, bro, these athletes, they're not boycotting. They're not even protesting. They're literally just speaking, you know? And MAGA is like livid. And dude, you have to like what she says. I mean, come on, man. LGBTQ people have been under attack. There's like 600 anti-LGBTQ bills in state legislatures. Now, Hispanic people and black people are under attack. Somalis are under attack, right? The Haitian immigrants are about to be under attack. It is like just, you know, and I mean, they're being asked these questions too, right? They're being asked these questions. All right. Now, there was one other guy who spoke up that I saw. That was another skier. Yeah, this guy. Okay, this guy again I think is a snowboarder, right? 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗪. Okay, and here's what he said.
I feel heartbroken about what's happened in the United States when, I'm pretty sure you're referencing ICE and some of the protests and things like that. I think that as a country, we need to focus on respecting everybody's rights and making sure that we're treating our citizens as well as anybody with love and respect. And I hope that when people look at athletes compete in the Olympics, they realize that that's the America that we're trying to represent.
It brings up
Dude, yeah. I mean, dude, there's like, what is wrong with that? I mean, I get it, right? Oh, you don't love ICE. So therefore, you got to love ICE. If you don't love the mask guys that are harassing everybody. Dude, MAGA, by the way, can I just show you? Okay. Can we just like segue here for a minute, because all this, people are freaking, okay? If you look at this, people are freaking. Like the MAGA people are so mad, right? Look at this. Dude, go home, U.S. Olympic. We are embarrassed of you. We do not want you to win. Take the flag off your coat and go. If you can't represent the United States, you should have never been sent to represent. Dude, what are they doing, bro? Dude, this person needs to take PDX out of their name, dude. Right? Look at Byron Donalds. You choose to wear our flag. You choose to represent our country. You choose to compete at the Olympics. If that's too hard for you, then go home. Some things are bigger than politics. Like, bro. Dude, Byron, dude, shut the fuck up, bro. Okay? Like, come on, man. Triggered MAGA snowflakes. Give me a fucking break, dude. Your freedom of speech doesn't end, but they are livid, okay? And look at what, then they started, you ready for this? So check out what they've been posting, okay? So Benny Johnson then posted this. This woman is not at the Winter Olympics, okay? But you ready? So this woman, though, was a competitor in 2020, and this woman she's now like part of the WWE, so she is in the MAGA family. She's employed by, the MAGA people, okay? But look at what Benny says. He says, look at this, that this person is the model of how Olympic athletes should represent the U.S. So like now, MAGA's like, you know what, Olympic athletes, if you're going to go out there and represent the U.S., here's how you need to behave. But look at this video, dude. This video is kind of psychotic. But you ready? Here we go.
How does it feel to represent your country like this?
It feels amazing. I love representing the U.S. I freaking love living there. I love it. And I'm so happy I get to represent USA.
How does it feel to represent your
country? Okay. Like, dude, what the fuck, bro? I mean, did that seem a little like there were guns pointed at this person, dude? Right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, if she really feels it that way, all right, more power to you. But that was a little bit like a hostage video, bro. Dude, isn't that funny? And Benny's like, oh man, just pure pride. I freaking love living there. I love everything about the USA. Blah, blah, blah. Look at that. There's Benny. He's like, I love the gay clubs in the USA. The USA has the best gay clubs. Dude, I love the USA. I love it so much. Dude, I love getting thrown to the ground by masked men and having a gun put in the small of my back. I love having them come up with giant shears and cutting me out of my seatbelt so they can drag me out of my car after they smash the glass. I love it so much. Oh. Dude, what? Like, hey, MAGA, read the room, guys. Jesus. Like, what world are they living in? Dude, if it's bigger than politics, shut up, politician. Let's go. Yes, I agree. Dude, let's go. Dude, hold on. We got one flew over too. I missed one. Let me go back up. All right. Like, these people are crazy. Oh, I guess it can't go up because we've had too many messages. But one flew over said being able to sit there and criticize the government is the most American thing ever. Yes, one flew over. Absolutely. 100%. That is it. 100%. And then Feisty with the membership and the upgrade. Let's go, Feisty. Let's go. But yeah, no, you one flew over. You are absolutely correct. Like, hugely correct. I mean, guys, this shit is just, it's wild, bro. Like, here's how you have to behave. Here's what you can and can't say. Like, these people are whacked out, boss. Okay? They are so whacked out. Dude, should we look at Benny's video? Benny, you ready? Should we look at this? Hey, guys. Hey, grinders. Dude, what is he doing? All right, let's watch it.
Kid Rock, halftime show, ready to go. Kid, how you feeling?
Man, it's been a lot of preparation, a lot of work. I could use a little advice or something just how to get my energy level up, but...
Yeah, I got a guy for that.
Yeah, you should read the new Flip Journal. There you go.
Let's go. Super Bowl halftime show.
Dude.
Featuring...
Dude, what are they doing, bro? They brought in RFK Jr. Like, dude, RFK Jr.'s face looks like it's made of fucking shoe leather, bro. They are so bizarre. It's like, right? Like, what is their obsession with fucking 80-year-old men? You know what I mean? I mean, can I just tell you, I have never seen like a generation of young men so obsessed with thinking like 80-year-old men are so much better and more powerful than them. Like, they gotta be getting paid, okay? They're getting paid to fluff, bro. It is wild. Now, dude, Kid Rock, by the way, we should note that one of the things that is unusual about Kid Rock, let's look at some of the lyrics here, okay? Because Kid Rock are there, right? Kid Rock, he's got a song here, right? That, here's some of the lyrics. Now some people say my mind's blown. I'm cooling like a snow cone. On my cell phone, I'm paid, G. Can't call me, just page me. Young ladies, I like them underage, see? Some say that's statutory, but I say it's mandatory. Huh. That's interesting. That's the Christian halftime show, guys. Right? Again, young ladies, I like them underage, see? Some say that's statutory, but I say it's mandatory. Oh, dude, and Ted Nugent is going to be like cleaning up after these guys. Isn't that wild? That is crazy. That's their halftime show. And RFK Jr., look at this. Oh, shit. One more.
A lot of preparation, a lot of work. I could use, use a little advice or something just to get my energy level up. But yeah, I got a guy for that.
Dude, I got a guy for that. Dude, look at him. Dude, I'm sorry, but like RFK Jr., he doesn't look well, guys. Look at him, bro. He looks like somebody left their catcher's mitt out in the rain for about a month, and then they like fucking put it in the microwave for 20 minutes, bro. Like, and I mean, he's like, dude, he's 80. He's so gnarly. Oh, thank you, Benny. Oh, we're gonna go to the game club later. His soggy balls. Oh, shit. That is wild, dude. Dude, but like, guys, Benny Johnson is unironically making this shit. Look at him. He's like, he just thinks he is so cool. Dude, what is going on, bro? Dude, he thinks he is so cool. And you ready for this? Dude, it gets better. So Kid Rock, in addition to the halftime show, so Kid Rock has he has a festival called Rock the Country that he's been putting together. That's supposed to be like a country music festival of patriotism, but all of the artists keep dropping out. LOL, they couldn't book any artist newer than 1997. Yes, Game Shark. That's true. They are still living at the turn of the century, these people. Dude, RFK Leatherface, yes, Texas Diva. Yes, yes. Dude, so bands, here's who already left. So Shinedown just quit the Rock the Country tour. Creed quit. Ludacris quit. Morgan Wade quit. The South Carolina show just got canceled. They only have 7 dates left that haven't been canceled. But dude, Creed left their tour, boss. Creed. Guys, when you are like the Christian people and Creed is leaving your tour, like, homie, how bad do you have to, how bad of a Christian rep do you have to be for Creed to be backing out, dude? Dude, Ludacris is MAGA. I know. Even the MAGA people are quitting, though, right? Dude, even the MAGA people are quitting, and these shows are getting canceled. Holy shnikes, dude. Nobody wants to do it, okay? Nobody wants to do it. And here's what it said. Shinedown said, Shinedown is everyone's band. We feel that we have been given a platform to bring all people together through the power of music and song. We have one boss, and it is everyone in the audience. Our band's purpose is to unite, not divide. With that in mind, we made the decision that we will not be playing the Rock the Country Festival. Okay? We know that this decision will create differences of opinion, but we don't want to participate in something we believe will create further division. And so, like, I mean, I get it, you know, because that whole festival is going to be gnarly, but they are, dude, they're so mad, right? Look at MAGA is so mad. Bends the knee to the woke mob. Dude, bending the knee. Hey, guys. Yo, I thought woke was dead, right? You like that? 1 minute woke is dead. The next minute, everyone's bending the knee to the woke mob. They just can't seem to get rid of the woke. Dude, woke is like Jason from Friday the 13th, right? Dude, woke is like Michael Myers. Oh, isn't that funny? Bro, Like everything's the woke mob. They're weak. Oh, they're weak. Weak. Oh, they're weak. Everyone's quitting, boss. It's statutory, mandatory. Dude, let's go. All right. Sorry, Bob Ritchie. No offense, buddy. But your shit is, dude. Oh, shit. That's not, pulling out is definitely not a Donald Trump move, right? Kid Rock led Rock the Country Festival canceled in South Carolina after nearly all the performers pull out. Dude, there's no one left, dude. It's going to be like Kid Rock, Lara Trump, and that guy, Sean Foyt or whatever, right? You know that guy? This guy, right? This fucking weirdo, the lover of Jesus guy who like hangs out with the Proud Boys and shit. This guy, that's it. That's all they're going to have left, bro. Fucking clown show. Oh, Tom McDonald, they could get him. Crazy shit, right? Always asking for donations. There they are, dude. Look at that. Did you know that they're a couple? Sean and Tom Homan, they are like our buddies. Just kidding. Dude, whoopsie daisy. Skid Rock. Oh man, dude. That's funny, dude. All right. Unfucking real, dude. So Kid Rock this shit is collapsing, boss. Collapsing. Dude. TPUSA's festival. Oh man. Yeah, did you guys put links to them in the Epstein files section in Discord? Throw the link down. We have a whole section for the Epstein files. Throw them in there and we'll take a look at it. All right? Dude, this shit is wild, boss. All right. Here we go. Dude, it goes from bad to worse. But TPUSA is having their big festival. All right, their big festival is coming through. Now, I think we should take a moment here, guys. This I think is important. That I think what we want to do is we do want to take a moment and we want to take a moment and look at a couple of things. First off, there's this protest sign, which I think is amazing, right? It says, the President of the United States and the dumbest motherfucker on earth should be two different people. Dude, let's go. Isn't that money? I love that, dude. I love that sentiment, right? There you go, dude. Oh, that shit is good. That shit is good. All right, but we should look at this, guys, because there was an election right here. Are you ready? You ready for some more good news? Look at this. Democrat Chastity Martinez just won in Louisiana, guys. Deep red. Okay? Deep red, guys. Louisiana. House District 60, special election. Okay? There was a MAGA person. Trump won this district in 2024 by 13 points. Okay? And she won 67-37. That's a Trump plus 13 district. Isn't that nuts? Now, we should look at, while we're on this, we should look at some of these flips because you want to show here, okay, there's the result, okay, big win there, but there is a thing here for the flips, I believe. You see here. There's a list here. All right, you ready? I thought they had a list that showed all the flips. I guess not. I guess it's just that one. But here are some overperformance thus far. Okay? Miami mayor was a flip. Georgia House District was a flip. But 22 points, 18, plus 20, plus 13, plus 11, plus 12, plus 27. So there have been significant overperformances and many flips. That was as of December. Since then, we've also had the Raymert flip in Texas, which was like a 30-point overperformance. We have the woman that just won in Louisiana. That was a Trump plus 14, and she's winning by, more than 20. That's another 30-plus overperformance. And right now, if you look at the odds, okay, right now it's 83% odds of Democrats taking the House in November. And what's more is look at this. Dude, look at what is going on right now. Okay, you ready? This is another little piece of information, okay, where it says right here, dude, for the first time, GOP strategists are telling Axios that losing the Senate is a distinct possibility, guys. Okay? They think the House is gone. There's a huge, there's almost zero chance of them retaking the House, but they might lose the Senate too. And it's really, Maine is problematic. If we look at some of the Senate seats, dude, yeah, no, it is brutal. Okay? It is brutal. Let me see if I can find just a listing. I think it was on the polling site where they had some talk about it. Okay? So there's a possibility of a Senate seat being lost in obviously Texas, right? There might be a Senate seat. Right now, the Maine Senate, the odds are that Susan Collins is going to lose her seat. I think there's a really good chance that there's going to be a flip in Alaska. Okay, there's a lot of. It's not looking good. They're favored in the Senate in North Carolina with Roy Cooper going to be running. Dude, it is not looking good, boss, for the Republicans. Let me see if I can find a list. Okay, here we go. So right now, it's looking like the North Carolina is looking like a Dem fave. That's going to be Roy Cooper. Maine is people who are sick of Susan Collins. There's a good chance of Georgia, right, winning. That's Ossoff. Okay. Then we have Michigan. And in Alaska, they're running neck and neck with Mary Peltola. Okay. Ohio's solidly red. Iowa, of course, solidly red. Texas, that is we're not sure. But so it looks like they're going to hold a couple of these. Look at that. Minnesota, the Dems are favored 84%. But right now, guys, as it stands, it is 50-49. Dude, we could have both houses of Congress, bro. Bro. Oh, dude. They're in trouble, boss. Dude, Elite, let's go, yo. Let's go, baby. Super Bowl tomorrow. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that some good news, guys? That's some good news, right? You like that? You like that good news? Dude, have I missed anyone? I want to make sure I haven't missed anyone. I'm good. And while we're on the subject of this, Okay, while we're on the subject of this, I do want to share a video. Don't hate me for sharing the video because it's like, you've heard me say this kind of shit before, but I think we need to keep our spirits up. But look at this, guys. Okay, this is a good video. It is along the lines of shit you've heard from me. Dude, Ella, let's go. Tommy, hope you're doing well, boss. I just saw a video of 𝗙•ce getting an interesting welcome with some unexpected items. Put it in the Discord. Yes, I heard it was some units of pleasure. Thank you, Ella. Let's go. Dude, oh shit, we're gonna get 2 for that. All right, so you ready? Watch this, guys. Watch this, here we go.
I am so sick of people being like, there's nothing we can do or nothing's gonna change. That is exactly what they want you to believe, so you in fact do nothing at all. We are watching structures that have existed for decades begin to crumble, and the onus now falls on us to do the rest of the crumbling. If you don't like the people running our country, do something about it. Campaign, vote, go out and organize, run for fucking office. We are closer to change than we've ever been before, and the corrupt people at the top are banking on the fact that you sit on your ass and do fucking nothing.
Thank you.
Sit there and wallow in your own self-pity or go out and do something about it.
Dude, there you go. I mean, where have you heard that message before, people? Does that sound familiar? I don't even know who she is, dude. I've never seen her before, but like, goddamn, if she doesn't sound like me. That's literally what I've been saying for the last year, right? Let's go. That's it. Stop saying there's nothing we can do. Stop saying it's over. It ain't over, boss. Okay? It ain't over. It ain't over. All right? Got to keep that fight, baby. There is no time for apathy. Yeah, dude, New Jersey, we got a progressive candidate winning the primary. This shit. Like everything is happening. And there were some choice words, right? There were some choice words from Jon Ossoff, okay, which I thought was pretty good. All right, he had some great moments. Dude, you ready? This is amazing, dude. Listen to this quote. This is United States of America 2026, people. Okay, you ready? Watch this.
You're seeing what I'm seeing, right? The president posting about the Obamas like a Klansman at 1 a.m. Dude! You see our government transformed into a tool of one man's personal vengeance and power and enrichment. You see the president and his family rake in billions while Americans struggle to make ends meet. You see prices going up while jobs are getting harder to find. You see millions lose insurance and local hospitals shut services while the rich get tax cuts. You see masked federal agents kicking down doors without so much as a warrant from a judge, dragging Americans out of their homes without cause, demanding papers at police checkpoints, assaulting and even killing Americans with impunity from the very top.
Dude, yeah. I mean, that comment, though, he's posting about the Obamas like Klansmen at 1 a.m., bro. And he's not even wrong, dude. Like, what the fuck are we doing, boss? Like, what is our country where there are people cheering for like a bunch of masked, militarized police just roaming the streets, throwing people to the ground, kicking them, shooting them, cracking their fucking skulls open? Like, what? Hello? Dude, that is no America that I grew up in, okay? That is not the America that I grew up in. The America that I grew up in, I was taught, like, we don't put up with that shit. That the secret police force dragging people out of homes, that's Nazi shit. That's North Korean shit. That's like Vladimir Putin shit. That is not American shit. And guys, it's the don't tread on me people that are now like tread away. Bro, right? What are we doing? Isn't that wild? I thought that was pretty good, dude. Like he has some good quotes. You know, here's another one that's pretty good.
Now you remember we were told that MAGA was for working class Americans. You remember that? But this is a government of, by...
Dude, hold on, it's too quiet. I need to go, we have to go to 𝗲𝗏𝗄𝗏's, right? We have to go to 𝗲𝗏𝗏. The ASIN one is too quiet. I can't do the quiet, but he's got this clip too. Right here, here it is. Oh no, he fucking did ASINs. All right. I guess we got to listen to the quiet one here.
Remember, we were told that MAGA was for working class Americans. You remember that? But this is a government of, by, and for the ultra rich. It is the wealthiest cabinet ever. This is the Epstein class ruling our country. They are the elites they pretend to hate. So prices are up, jobs are going away, Medicaid and school lunches are slashed, nursing homes are getting defunded. If you're Steve Bannon, and your pitch was Trump for the forgotten man and woman, how do you sell any of this? Trump was supposed to fight for the working class. Instead, he's literally closing rural clinics and hospitals to cut taxes for George Soros and Elon Musk. He was supposed to end the globalist world police foreign policy. Instead, we're doing war for oil and nation building again and threatening to conquer Greenland. He was supposed to drain the swamp.
Whoops!
Instead, this is the most corrupt administration of all time, and everybody knows it. Everybody knows it.
Everybody knows it. Dude, that is wild. I tell you what, right now, I tell you that I feel like the phrase Epstein class is going to become a staple in this election, guys. Okay, the Epstein class. And right, dude, that shit is gonna be a staple. Okay, I know I saw it first used by Kyle Kowinski. I actually think Ro Khanna coined the phrase, but it is a great phrase. And everybody is starting to use it. And here's why, guys. You ready? Look at this. Because you know Comer, okay? Comer is like, we need to talk to Bill and Hillary Clinton, right? James Comer's out there on his Clinton quest, okay? He's out there, oh, I'm going to bring Bill and Hillary. But here's the problem. The problem is even though he is fervently chasing down Bill and Hillary, Bill Clinton is not that big of like a section of the Epstein files. In fact, he's pretty small potatoes, Bill Clinton is, okay? He has not nearly the mentions of like all the people in Trump's orbit. Now look at this, guys. Look at this list that I compiled, and there could be more. But I said right here, I'm like, so if you're going to have a hearing with Bill and Hillary, like, shouldn't we be having other hearings? Like, shouldn't we be talking to the entire Epstein class, which includes Steve Bannon, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Howard Lutnick, Alex Acosta, the guy who gave him immunity, Mark Zuckerberg, Ehud Barak, right? Prince Andrew, former Prince Andrew. What about Branson? Okay, or the Giants owner, Tisch, right? Larry Summers, Sergey Brin. You should be bringing the four lieutenants, Kellen, Ross, Marcinkova, and Leslie Groff. Yeah, I saw Dershowitz in there. I mean, and there's more. But like, you know, other people, somebody here said Trump, the Ellisons. I don't know if the Ellisons are like deeply involved, but there's also There are some financial guys, right, that I know are in there that I don't know their names exactly. But 𝗙𝗛𝗓, JP Morgan, Les Wexner. I mean, dude, yeah, Peter Thiel's in there. Thiel was up near the top, right? But so there are so many people that they should be having, you know, like you want to have hearings. All right, let's hear from all of these guys, you know? Yeah, you know what wasn't in the files? Hunter Biden wasn't in the files. You know what else wasn't in the files? Joe Biden wasn't in the files. Barack Obama wasn't in the files. I mean, we could go on and on. But now, guys, here's where it gets mind-blowing. Okay, you ready? Because look at this image. Okay, yeah, no, Leon Black. There you go. But look at this image, guys. Look at this image that they found. This shit is nuts. Okay, you ready? It's right here. Right here. Okay? This is from Jeffrey Epstein to Jeffrey Epstein. This is August of 2015. This is right before Trump decides he's running for president. And if you look at it, I'm going to go ahead and save the image. Oh, I already saved it. All right, never mind. So I don't need to save it. Hold on. I'm going to pull up the zoomable one. There it is. All right. So here we are. But you ready? Look at this. Look at this dinner. So Jeffrey Epstein took this photo and then he emailed it to himself. You have Elon Musk here. You have Mark Zuckerberg. It looks like Mark Zuckerberg is recording whatever they're doing. There is I don't know if that's a menu or an agenda. It's hard to tell, but there's a table full of people. They're all sitting here hanging out. These like whatever titans of, you know, social media industry. This is in 2015. This is a full 7 years after we found out that Jeffrey Epstein was a sex predator, or right, 7 years after his arrest, even though many of us didn't know about it, right? But dude, this is crazy. This crazy meeting. Now, here's where it gets interesting though, okay? Because Epstein sends this to himself, but look at what 𝗏𝗏touch showed us, okay? 𝗏𝗏touch, like, showed us, that is Zuckerberg's wife, yes. But look at what 𝗏𝗏 did, guys. Because they very astutely were like, hey, we recognize that photo, okay? 𝗏𝗏touch is like, wait a second, we've seen that photo before. And look at where we've seen that photo, guys. Look at this. Look at this. There's the photo. It's from the credenza. It's from one of the like things in Epstein's house where he has a photo of him and Ghislaine and the Pope and some other shit. And he had a framed copy of that photo on the little fucking whatever, on the credenza, on the table in his house, guys. Isn't that wild? That's the same photo with fucking Musk in it. I mean, dude, these guys. So, like, when we go back to that list, okay? If we go back to this list that I provided, right? Remember the list where I'm like, hey, are these guys coming in for a hearing? How many of these guys are in Trump's orbit right now? Bannon is a Trump orbit. Thiel, Trump. Musk, Trump. Lutnick, Trump. Acosta, Trump. Zuckerberg, Trump. Ehud Barak, Trump. Prince Andrew, Trump. Steve Tisch, Trump. Sergey Brin, Trump. Like, everybody on this list is like Trump orbit. Every single one of them practically, except for Bill Gates and maybe Larry Summers. Okay? Those are like the only two that like aren't really in the Trump orbit I'm not sure where Branson lies on that thing. I don't think Branson's really super connected to Trump, but isn't that wild? And yeah, dude, there's Lavrov, there's what's his name? The fucking guy that already died, Victor, like Chukin or whatever his name. He's dead, but wasn't it Chukin? Right? Wasn't there a guy? Oh, dude, why am I forgetting that guy's name? Oh, the Russian guy who died. What's his name? Dude. No, not Navalny. Hold on. It is Vitaly Churkin. That's who it is. It's not Chukin. It's Churkin. Vitaly Churkin was the guy. He was a dude who also was taking a meeting with Epstein right before the election, right? It was like Epstein and there was a meeting, right? That was, where was it? It was like I think he met with like Peter Thiel and Epstein or some shit, or Elon Musk. It was like Churkin and Musk and Epstein that met, and then he ended up dead mysteriously. Like a year after Trump got elected, he just died suddenly of like a heart attack. Bro, dude. So crazy. Isn't that wild? Former ambassador to the UN. Yeah. And of course, we have, Woody Allen and his wife, 𝗙់𝗍, his adopted daughter wife, 𝗙់𝗍. They're all in the Epstein orbit. It is just insane, guys. This shit is absolutely just bonkers. It is just bonkers. Like, what are we doing, bro? You know what I mean? Like, we are living in the upside down. Dude. Crazy. We're going to win the House, guys. We are going to win the House. No, her name is 𝗙់𝗙്. Right. And so this is really interesting, though. You ready? So I posted a thing on Twitter about Woody Allen and 𝗙់𝗍. It's here, let me show it to you because it's really interesting, right? Because so it's this photograph right here, and it's Woody Allen, the young girl, and then Woody Allen with 𝗙់𝗍. And now I posted it and I talked about Woody Allen going from, father-daughter to husband-wife. Okay, but here's what's interesting is people would come in and they'd say, oh, no, this girl in the blue, that's not 𝗙់𝗍. And I'm like, yeah, I know, but like, so here's the thing though. This is Woody Allen and his adopted daughter, Beckett, I believe her name is. Woody Allen and his adopted daughter. And this is Woody Allen and his girlfriend Mia Farrow's adopted daughter. So the point being is, even though this isn't 𝗙់𝗍, this was 40 years ago, this was 𝗙់𝗍. She was an adopted daughter, even though technically he didn't adopt her. She was his girlfriend's adopted daughter. But you get the point, right? The point is the same. And can I just show you the gnarliest photo? Look at this photo, guys. You ready to see something bizarre? Okay, so there's a photo that was taken when 𝗙់𝗍 was 16. Look at this photo, guys. This is the photo, Mia Farrow and her kids, right? And then her adopted daughter, 𝗙់𝗍, and Woody Allen. It's the whole family out at the Russian tea room. It's a very like fancy, like well-known spot in New York City. This is the, you know, the red awning. They're outside the Russian tea room. But like, look at the photo. Look at how Woody Allen and Soon-Yi are like, it's almost like they're in their own photograph. Do you notice that? Like the whole like family here is sort of focused on the camera person or whoever's over here, but like Woody is all disaffected and Soon-Yi is disaffected and looking at Woody, right? If you can only see part of it, but there we go. That's the full thing. I mean, there's not much to really see, but she's just looking at Woody and Woody is off, but it looks like these two are like in a completely different photograph, right? They're just a completely different sort of existence than the rest of the people in this photo. Isn't that wild? And of course, you know, this was 1986. So this was, you know, she was 16 and basically what happened was 5 years later, Mia Farrow found out, she found naked pictures of Soon-Yi in Woody Allen's like house and was like, whoa, what the fuck is this? And they're like, they were at that point, they were a couple. And, you know, and then they both said, oh, nothing happened. We never had any relationship until she was 21. It just sort of happened. But like, I'm not really buying that. I don't know what they did before that, like physically, but like, dude, I'm not buying it, right? You don't just like one day your 21-year-old, your girlfriend's 21-year-old adopted daughter, you just start banging one day. Like she was 16 in the picture here, right? But she was 21 when Mia found the photographs. It was like 1991, okay? That she was 21 at the time when the relationship first became like news. So we don't know. But there was also Mia Farrow's daughter said Woody Allen had, you know, been messing with her, okay? It's pretty, right? That was pretty well documented as well. So, you know, it all happened sort of like after the fact, but I thought that photo was really weird, right? Yeah, Dylan. I thought that photo was really, you know, I don't know. This photo is just really telling. It really is. There's something about this photo when I look at it that you can see these guys. And the other thing I noticed, guys, you ready for this? You ready for something weird? Okay, here's also why I'm telling you I believe something happened when they were younger, because watch when they were together, because if you look at the photos of Woody Allen with Mia Farrow and the family, like watch this. All right, Woody Allen, Mia and Soon-Yi. Watch what happens when we look at their old family photos. Okay? If you look at the old family photos, every time there's a family photo, they're like distant from each other. This is one at the Russian tea room. It's a black and white version of the photo we just saw, but they're always like far apart. Okay, Woody and Soon-Yi. Every time there's like an old family photo, here's another one. Woody and Soon-Yi are like, they're always on opposite ends of the photograph. Always. Like every time they went out in public, every time they went where they were like photographed, Woody Allen made sure he was like miles away from this girl. In every single photograph, you never see him near her. Okay, they're always like super separated when it's a family photo from that time period. They were never, of course, eventually they're a couple and they're together. But if you look at the old photographs, they're never next to one another. It's like truly bizarre. Okay, there's not a lot of photos of them, but every time you see them, right, they're like not near one another. It's like very strange. Okay, here's another one, right, with Woody and the kids, and again, they're like super separate, right? Isn't that bizarre? Like I had not really looked into this before. I had not invested the time looking into it, But it's really strange that every time you go back and you look at the old family photos, whenever there was one, Woody and her were always like on opposite ends of the picture. Like he took special care to make sure he was never next to her in a photograph. Okay. And now though, you ready? Now what's crazy about it is now they have an adopted daughter. Okay. Woody Allen and right. Woody Allen and Soon-Yi adopted some daughters as well. Right. So that's pretty wild. But yeah, I thought that was interesting. You know, not a lot of family photos out there, but when you look at them, if you look at them, you find them. When you look at them together, they're always separated. Okay? Yeah, here's the one of the family. And dude, they're like a mile apart. We looked at that one. Woody and Soon-Yi were always like, he always stayed away from her in public. It's very, very unusual, right? It's very, very bizarre, right? I mean, I think something was going on, guys. I'm sure of it. You don't just, you know, show up at 21 and start like hooking up, you know? One of Mia's adopted kids doesn't think there's anything wrong with Woody and Soon-Yi. I mean, a lot of guys, like a lot of people, there are some mixed feelings about that because he's not technically her like father. But like, dude, if you're dating a woman and she has children, I don't care if they're adopted or her real kids or whatever. You are a father figure. I don't care if you even get to know them a lot or not. That is just weird. Okay. That is like a stepfather. You know what I'm saying? It's like a stepfather marrying his stepdaughter is what it is, right? That's just fucked up. Okay. You know, that is messed up. Now I personally, guys, you ready for this? I know this is crazy, but to me, the huge age gap is like, that can be weird, but the huge age gap can also be not weird. I think some people are just old souls and some people are like childlike souls. So I guess age gaps I'm a little more forgiving of as long as they're both adults. Like if a 30-year-old woman is dating a 60-year-old guy, it's weird, but like I can understand the type of personalities that might mesh in that realm. But dude, not a stepfather and his daughter. Not a father figure and his girlfriend's adopted daughter. Not anything weird like that where there's a weird power dynamic, you know? And I mean, you know what I'm saying? The weird power dynamic is just crazy. You know, I think it would also be weird if it's like 20 and 55, right? But when if there's a 30-year-old woman dating a 60-year-old man, I can sort of figure that, or a 40 and 60, a 30 and 50. Those, you know, they're like mature, but like 20 and 50, that's weird, okay? Because a 20-year-old girl is like still kind of a kid in a way. They're legal, they're adult. I know I did it when I was like 40. I dated a 22-year-old girl for a little while. It was weird, guys. It was just a messed up sexual relationship. It was not healthy. Okay, let me just tell you, it was not healthy. Okay, I mean, she was 22, she was legal drinking age, but like, dude, it was not healthy. It was fucking, yeah, I mean, dude, it was just weird. It was weird, right? And I mean, I had gotten out of a relationship. I was in a weird place and I just wanted to have, you know, a lot of sex. And, you know, with very little like effort and right. But it was weird. And dude, she was like talking about wanting to get married, guys. She was 22 And she was like talking about getting married, dude. I was like 30 or 40. How old was I? It's 2009. So yeah, I was like 40. Okay. I was 40. She was 22. That's only 18 years difference. But like she was talking about getting married and I was like having a fling because I was, had just gotten out of a relationship. Effortless sex. Well, you know what I mean? Like wanting to have a sexual relationship, but not having to like, go out and participate in like the bar lifestyle, right? I don't know if that makes sense, but like sometimes you have sexual relationships. Sometimes you go out and you can go to bars and clubs every night and you can find a partner to have sex, but you have to go out like looking for it and it's very unpredictable and, bars and it's a lot of unhealthy environment. Or, you can find a partner that is like likes to have a lot of sex and you can have sex without having to do all that shit. But like I wasn't looking for anything like a long-term relationship, but she started talking about like getting married. And then eventually like a couple months into it, I broke up because I was like, dude, you're 22. Like we're having a really good time, but like there's no marriage. You don't want to get married at 22. Like, are you kidding me? Like, especially you don't want to get married to me. Like that would be the biggest mistake you could ever make. Like I just got out of a relationship. But that's what I meant by that, because guys, I don't think there's anything wrong with people having like, sexual relationships, right? Or younger women and guys having sexual relationships with older women and guys, as long as that shit is spelled out and people are being honest with one another. But it does, though, if you get into a situation, I think with the age gap, you do get into a situation like me and her got into where we started this fun little fling and then all of a sudden she started getting serious, or maybe the old guy starts getting serious, right? I mean, that has happened too, where like an old guy will date a younger girl and then the old guy wants to marry her and the younger girl's like, whoa, no, I don't want to marry you. I'm just hanging out because you're fun to have sex with. You have a lot of money and you take us out to dinners and shit. And like, so no, the young girl a lot of times is the one who's like, I have no intention of marrying you, right? I mean, but I think the age gaps, you can get into those like unusual dynamics, but that's where it seems like, do you get out, right? I think you get out and you just say, whoa, all right, this is becoming not what it is. Let's like get out of this. But some people will stay in that forever, right? And like, I think it can get super manipulative there. It can like, especially sometimes it happens with people who are married and the married person, whether it's the guy or the woman, says, oh, I'm going to leave my spouse for you. And they never do. And like, dude, I don't know. Yeah, maybe the age gap is always a little weird. Maybe it is, but like Belichick though, and his girlfriend, they seem to like it, but maybe the age gap is always a little strange, right? It probably always is, actually, now that I think about it. But she was 22, and we dated for about 3 months. It's about 3 months. That was I like. And 3 months, I was like, nah, we gotta like, it's not good for either one of us. Look for a guy on a breathing tube. It's gross if the woman is way older. No, I don't think that's gross. I mean, 3 months sounds enough. It was. Been with your wife for 23 years, but we're not married. Dude, Jenny and I have been together. We're coming up on 13 years and we're not married. But, some people are. Dude, yeah, and I don't know what your deal is. You're saying, man, I am lost. You're in the. I don't know what your deal is there, Usha, but like you sound like you're a little fucking, first, you don't know how to spell. Okay. Secondly, I don't know what you're writing about, but I don't care. Your opinion to me doesn't matter. Take off, right? Learn how to spell. If you're going to insult someone, you'll do a better job of it if you know how to spell, right? But, and I'm sorry that we're in the middle of the Epstein files, but that doesn't mean I can't have a sense of humor and still exist. Like, I don't have to walk around like I'm fucking dead just because, their Epstein sex ring exists. Okay? But thank you. Appreciate you. Dude, they're so funny, bro. Right? You know what I'm saying? They're like, people are so weird. All right? Dude, I think that was RFK Jr. on his burner account being like, don't you diss 80-year-olds? Like, I don't, like, having a face that looks like a leather catcher's mitt can be very sexy. having a face that looks like a leather catcher's mitt can be very sexy. Dude, oh, let's go. Hey, ho, let's go. The operative word being ho. Ho. Oh, there. Hey, oh, hey. Dude, hey, oh. Right? Oh, shit, boss. But, all right, I mean, what's so funny, though, is like there is a, a little bit of a significant age gap with me and Jenny, too. And like, I attribute it, I guess, to my, like, young, like, got a very young soul. You know what I'm saying? Why don't me and Jenny get married? I mean, she doesn't want to get married, and I don't care about getting married, but like Jenny was married when I met her, and she doesn't want to get married. So there you go. We're not married. I don't really care about that shit. Like, I think marriage is like, is not super necessary, right? It's not. And in fact, I don't know, if you look at it statistically, it seems like people, when they get married, sometimes it changes things, right? I'm not saying it would with she and I, but a lot of times when there's a marriage and there's not the feeling of an easy out, people start feeling stifled, or they feel a different type of pressure, or they feel a different type of like obligation or something, right? Whereas, like, obviously we own a house together. We have a lot of entanglements. It's not like we could easily get out of our relationship. You know what I'm saying? Our relationship is quite entangled, but there is something about like marriage that I think it fucking affects people. Oh, dance party? Yeah, let's go. Dude, let's go. We said we were going to try we're going to go for the big one today, dude. Let's go. We're going to see if we can get it. You ready? Dance party? 30 and 30, baby. Let's see. Here we go. Oh, shit. But I think, and I guess some people don't have a difference, but Jenny, though, what Jenny mentioned is Jenny doesn't like the institution, okay? She doesn't like the institution, though. And that's another thing that I don't really like the institution either, because, guys, if you look at marriage, Ella, let's go. If you look at it, guys, okay, marriage is not something that like couples in love designed as like an expression of their love. Like, do you know what marriage was? Marriage was families like selling their daughter or like finding a daughter for their son. Okay. It was about money. Marriage was about family, money, and property. Yes, if you were a rich daughter, if you were a rich kingdom with the daughter, you had to find a suitable moneyed male, a family that you were willing to like attach your family to. If you were a guy, you were looking for a woman from a family that if you died, you were okay with your family money going to them. The entire like construct of marriage was about moving the royalty and or family money into the appropriate like upper crust of royalty. Or if you were like a lower class, you're trying to marry up The whole thing was just a financial arrangement. It was like a familial, like, I mean, the whole institution, it's kind of like policing, where the whole institution is built on something not good, right? The entire marriage institution is not, it's built on a bedrock of something toxic. Dude, let's get that 30 Brickos. Let's go, dude. Suki, big old 30. Dude, the dirty 30 coming in hot. We got Mr. Moj. Your RFK has me dying. Oh, thank you, Mr. Moj. I appreciate you. Oh, thank you. Dude, dance away, boss. Let's go, Pika. Dude, that shit eats my throat, though. Dude, Engrain, go Hawks. Yes, dude. I am excited, boss. We're going to be cheering for the fucking Seahawks, dude. Pinky, Parker, yes, marriage was all about the money. Dude, it was. It was 100%. And that's one of the things that is like, is sort of messed up about it, okay? Is the institution itself is grimy, right? And I think that's why so much of it doesn't really work out anymore. Marriage was for the wealthy, the lower class shacked. That's true too, right? And there was, women taking the name and, yada, yada, yada. Raiders, yeah. Fernando Mendoza, baby. Fernando, dude, I'm excited. I might actually go to some games this year, right? I haven't gone to games for the last couple of years because the Raiders have been so dismal. And while I was transitioning from gaming, I didn't have any income, so I couldn't really afford to go to any games. But now I may go to some games now that the Raiders have Mendoza. Right? Been together 32 years, married for 3. Let's go. Yeah, but we might get married one day. I mean, if Jenny ever wants to be married, she'll let me know, and then we'll do it. Right? Women had to obey their husbands. Oh, yeah. I mean, dude, it was terrible. Women had to obey their husbands. They could grape them. They beat them. I mean, dude, marriage was not anything good, guys. There was nothing about it that was good. It was merely like making financial arrangements and power. It was about finances and power. Raiders stole our OC. Who is that? Who did they take? Is that the guy from Seattle that they took? Did they hire him? Is our head coach the Seattle OC? Bryce was talking to me about that. Yeah, marital grape. I know. It literally just became like outlawed. Yeah, Clint Kubiak. Dude, I hope he's a good coach, man. I'm excited. Dude, I'm excited to have a quarterback, bro. I'm excited to have a quarterback. You'll appreciate marriage. It's rare. Yeah, I mean, for me, guys, I don't look at that. Like, to me, the marriage, it's like, it doesn't, I don't know. I've never looked at marriage as like this sought after thing. If she never has activity before marriage and only with you after, she has no reference for how small you are, think about it. All right, game. Dude, I don't want to think about that, boss. But thank you. He says, my partner and I are getting married after 10 years just to get on her good health insurance. There you go. No, that's a good move. But like, I don't know, dude. I don't have a like a thing about it. And I'm not super opposed to marriage. I was engaged 3 times in my life, but they were, like one time was because our relationship was failing and I was trying to like rejuvenate it, and she really wanted to be married, and I thought getting engaged would rejuvenate it, and it did not. We ended up breaking up. Another time was with Bryce's mom because she was pregnant with Bryce, and I thought it was the right thing to do, and that did not work out. And then the last time I was engaged was right after I got sober. I had been living with a woman, and we were both getting sober, and I think I asked her to marry me because I knew that going to AA was going to break us up, and I was trying to like hold on. So they were like, all 3 of them were either doing the right thing or trying to like hold on to the relationship. But I, though, you know how some people look at the concept of marriage as like, oh, this celebration of our life together and I don't look at that stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't look at like spending a lifetime with somebody. I don't need to announce it and celebrate it or like create an event around it. I think for me, I look at the relationship more like every night that Jenny and I, massage each other and watch a little TV, like our commitment daily to like interacting with one another and connecting and sort of like, experiencing, you know what I'm saying? I look at relationships in a much more practical and less symbolic sort of way. But I don't do a lot of things with the whole symbolism and that type of thing. I'm not really a birthday or holiday celebrator. I'm more like an everyday celebrator, right? It's like celebrate every day kind of thing, as opposed to like, oh, we got to celebrate this date, this marriage, this holiday. Green Day Bad Bunny is going to make Trump cry. Indeed. Stop stupidity. Let's go. Let's go. Pinky Parker, let's go. Dude, let's go. Dude, thank you. And Furrow, let's go. Killing it. But I do though. You ready for this though? I will say that like, I kind of like going to weddings. I do. I kind of like going to weddings. We went to one last summer and there's something about going to weddings. You sit at a table with a bunch of strangers and like everybody is like talking to one another because for whatever reason at weddings, people come out of their shell a little more. And you have the like, how do you know them or whatever? And so, you're sitting at a table with strangers talking and there's a bunch of free food and drink and shit. So they're kind of fun to go to. And like, if you're single, they get people all like triggered. So if you're single, they are a pretty decent like hookup scene. Weddings can be, or like dating. You could find a date if you're looking for, sometimes it's not just about hooking up, but there's like, I don't know, there's an energy about them that like everybody's like so happy or they're trying to be so happy, even though it was like stressful as shit. And everybody's kind of like judging it. Like, ooh, the place settings or the food or like this building, right? Everybody's kind of like comparing it to their own wedding. I don't know. There's just a lot of interesting energy at weddings. Have you noticed that? They're kind of fun to go to because there's just a lot of like, there's a lot to it, right? There is a lot going on. So I do enjoy that. I enjoy going to them. They're pretty funny. Gender reveals. Yeah, I have never been to a gender reveal. So, right, I don't know. Because, dude, all my friends, none of them were fucking having kids, boss. They were all like lifer musicians. And then, like I ended up meeting families like after they had kids, right? Dude, I do enjoy though. I enjoy going to weddings. They're pretty fun. Right? Went to a gender reveal that had a balloon exploding, pink and blue confetti. Oh shit. It's a girl, surprised. She was so mad. Ready to believe Katie Johnson now. Corroboration was in the files. Signed statement by Tiffany Doe under penalty of perjury. Dude, let's go. It's not that I don't believe Katie Johnson. It's just that, the thing about believing Katie Johnson is, let's go, boss. I appreciate it. It's not about belief, right? The situation with Katie Johnson is this, is without Katie Johnson coming forward, you can't do anything with that information. You know what I'm saying? Like, unfortunately, if you're trying to like actually convict someone, if you're trying to actually have consequences, you can't just have the pages of a withdrawn lawsuit making accusations. you do need the person making the accusations. They have to come forward. Otherwise, there's just nothing to prosecute, you know? You know what I mean? To some degree, or you have to have enough, like some DNA evidence or something like that. So, I mean, because I made a video about Katie Johnson, and there's some very damning allegations in there, but nobody in the pipeline, neither Katie nor Maria or any of the other, like, Jane Does involved ever came forward. So it was like a bunch of, like, really damning allegations that can go nowhere because nobody would go on the record. And so that's, to me, you know what it is, guys? To me, you ready? Engrain, let's go. And it wouldn't even matter if they got paid, but Katie Johnson, though, she never got paid because she withdrew her lawsuits. So those civil suits never went through. But for me, when I think about Katie Johnson, it's like, it's more frustrating than not, right? Because if Katie, let's operate under the assumption that everything Katie Johnson says about her and Maria is true and, like, is right, okay, and is accurate, then it's like her case and her withdrawn lawsuit is just a sign that, like, he's never going to be punished for this shit. So, like, because I don't even need to read Katie Johnson's lawsuit to know that Trump raped teen girls. I know he did, okay? Like, I don't need to read her scene of what happened with her and Maria. I know that shit happened. I know that there are many Katie Johnsons. There are many Katie Johnsons out there with Donald Trump. And like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no doubt in my mind. But I also know that if none of them come forward and take the risk, Trump's never going to be prosecuted for that shit. That's a reality. Right? I mean, it sucks. It sucks that in order to prosecute a person, you have to come forward. But I mean, fuck, dude, Harvey Weinstein's in jail, so it can be done. And maybe if there's enough positive climate of us backing all the other survivors and us getting all those records out, maybe they will come forward when it's safer. Dude, Ella, let's go. You know what I'm saying? But, like, it's just hard because I want Trump to be prosecuted. I don't just want to, like, you know, have the stories of his abuse because I already know he's an abuser, okay? He abused teen girls in pageants. He abused teen models. He abused adult age models. He abused women he cheated on his wives with. He abused his fucking wife. I mean, he said he grabs him by the pussy. He said he doesn't ask. We know the guy is abusive up, down, and sideways. And so I'm more like waiting for, like, who do we have that can come forward on this guy and, like, let's actually put him away. Because unfortunately, we can't put him away with you know, without people coming forward. I mean, it sucks that they have to risk their lives if they want to, like, put him away. But and maybe it's not that important now because he's so old. It's not like he's going to reoffend. But I would like to see him go to jail for this shit. I would, right? And I'm not going to fault Katie Johnson if she doesn't come forward. Tara, let's go. Tara Max Lefty. But for me, though, I'm gonna focus more on the shit that could put him away because I do want him put away. I don't want to just, you know, talk about the bad shit he did. Like, I want him put away. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want. And you know, I don't know. I guess the details of all that stuff is just it's all just more abuse that's happening, and I'm sure there's more of it happening right now. You know what I mean? Like, even though Epstein is gone, most certainly there are women being trafficked in circles with powerful men, even right now. You know, Ella Z Pine Box for Le Orange Buffoon. Let's go. But yeah, dude, he is like, we know. I have no doubt in my mind. And you know, and now here's what's interesting though. You ready? Is we could like maybe those Michael Wolff photos show up and then there's like, oh, now we have like a smoking gun. That would be really interesting too, dude. Gerald, let's go. I want to see the Michael Wolff photos, guys. right? I do. But, dude, let's go. All right, 8. Dude, we're way ahead. But yeah, man, you know, and I mean, though, the other stuff about Katie Johnson, though, is like the other thing that bothered me was the fact that, like, there's some photographs being passed around that aren't her, right? So there's just a weird online campaign of misinformation related to her, which is unusual. That is like, and you know, I guess because she's not around or she doesn't have any representatives cleaning that shit up, there's nobody sort of like straightening out misinformation around her. Because there's like an actress whose photo, like a 13-year-old actress whose photo always gets attributed to Katie Johnson that's not actually Katie Johnson. And so that is really like, I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like that when there's a cloud, because I feel like that tarnishes her like, it tarnishes her credibility in a way, right? Because, you know, she's in hiding. She's like self-protecting, but there's a whole like slew of misinformation that is, you know, probably being, you know, perpetrated by people trying to ruin her credibility, you know, but there's nobody to stop it. So it just like makes her look bad all the time. Dude, I don't like that. That shit fucking like, that shit bothers me too, man. I don't like the misinformation campaigns, dude. And there's so much of that, guys. Have you noticed? Like, there's a lot from every side. You know what I'm saying? Where like, I don't know. There's so much misinformation, and it didn't get any better with these releases. 30 a day keeps the MAGAs away. Let's go, Furrow. Like, how you may have noticed that one of the things the Trump DOJ has done is the Trump DOJ has purposely released like the really salacious, like outrageous stories, but they haven't released any of the investigation, what the FBI found when they followed up on this shit, right? They just released the really tabloid shit. And then there's like really important stuff buried in there. But a lot of times people will gravitate to like, oh, they threw babies off the yacht. But like, then there's a whole bunch of shit in there about like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and Howard Lutnick. And you know, we don't want to focus too much on the tabloid stories, especially if they're not true, right? Like, remember the limo guy? Boy, he came and went, didn't he? Limo guy, remember? He didn't like, I don't know, he didn't have a lot of credibility. But I actually had people messaging me about like, dude, you need to cover limo guy. And I was like, dude, I don't think I do. I don't think limo guy is the story. I think limo guy is the distraction. Right? And blaming the victims is their go-to. Yes. And they've done that from the very beginning, right? They have. Blaming the victims or ruining the credibility of the victims. In particular here, they try to make the victims seem like they're already like doing sex work, or that they're like drug addicts that were desperate for money. They were doing whatever for money. And you know what I'm saying? And the Zorro Ranch, certainly, although whatever happened at Zorro, like much of it is, I'm sure, covered. But yeah, victim blaming is pretty natural. It's pretty crazy. You know, rip Brad Arnold. Yeah, I heard the 3 days door guy passed. I saw some people really sad about that. I was never really into three doors down, or is it three doors down? Is that it? Yeah, that's the name, right? I remember they had a song or two that were like big, but I exclusively sort of didn't like that music really. They were sort of like Matchbox 20. For me and my friends, we were into things that were a little more like not like that, like, you know, like 3 Doors Down and Creed and Matchbox 20 and fucking dude, Jenny, what's that band? The Counting Crows. All those bands sort of felt like similar, like album oriented, sort of like, you know, like young mom music, and it wasn't really my style. I was into a little bit of the grittier shit. Dude, well, Jenny and I listened to Counting Crows on the way to the beach the other day, and I was like, God damn, that's actually pretty good. But, dude, when I was in my 20s, there was no fucking way I was listening to Counting Crows, dude. I just not. I was listening to way heavier, drugged out shit. You know? Dude. But yeah, their music's actually really fucking good. You know what I'm saying? But I like the heavier stuff, right? You know, Alice in Chains, definitely was into Alice in Chains, right? Stone Temple Pilots, yeah, I wasn't huge in them. I mean, my big bands were like fucking, you know, Jane's Addiction, and like I liked Hole, early Hole. I liked Failure. I liked a lot of the grittier sort of bands, a lot of indie music, like oh fuck, dude. You know, now I'm having trouble remembering some of the names, dude, because I'm such an old man. You see Epstein's cellmate, Tartaglione, said he was put in Epstein's cell to off him. I did not, right? Corporate rock? Yeah, what, Neutral Milk Hotel, right? You know, that kind of shit, right? L7, I did see L7 in concert. I did like things like Neutral Milk Hotel and you know, Mother Love Bone was a fave before Andrew Wood died. But I liked a little bit of the, I wasn't so much into the Pixies, but that style of music for sure. But I didn't like the Pixies so much. But definitely that style of music, you know, the Replacements and you know, there was a band called from Oregon called Exploding Hearts that was like really big, right? But Modest Mouse I did like, but Jane's Addiction was like my band of all bands. Okay, my band of all bands, like the one band that I liked more than any other fucking band in my 20s was Jane's Addiction, and Nirvana was definitely up there, but Jane's Addiction was number one, and number two was probably Hole. Okay, I was a big Hole fan all the way from Pretty on the Inside, from when they were like a scrappy fucking indie band, right? You know what I'm saying? Thought I was punk. Well, I mean, I'm punk in DIY punk, but I wasn't into a lot of punk music. My punk was more about the lifestyle and not so much the music. Jane's Addiction, trashy, drug addict garbage. Pretty much, yeah. Dude, right? I like the trashy drug addict garbage. I was a trashy drug addict. So, yeah, that tracks. Right? Dude, let's go. Malibu is the extent of your Hole knowledge. Well, Hole ran the gamut, okay? Because the thing about Hole is Hole was really gritty, like a chuggy, almost like a noise band that was heavily aligned with like the Olympia scene, okay? And that was Pretty on the Inside. And then Mother Love Bone was amazing. Let's go, Rebirth. But then what happened is Courtney Love, like she had relationships with people like Kurt Cobain and Billy Corgan. And so like she like learned songwriting from like some of the great fucking songwriters of the 90s. You know what I'm saying? And co-wrote songs with like some of her boyfriends and shit. And she really developed. But again, you ready? Here's my thing. You ready? I want to show you another thing I like about Courtney Love. You ready? Watch this. KMFDM just released an album the other day. Let's go, Ella. All right. So we got 4 minutes, guys. We need one more to hit our 30. We did it. But I want to show you something, guys. You ready? Because my love of Hole wasn't just about the music, okay? And it was because of Courtney. I loved Courtney. Dude, Nico Vega, you like Nico Vega? Dude, Nico Vega, like, I know Nico Vega. That's funny. Dude, let's go. Dude, dance, dance, dance. Dude, Asia Volkman is like the singer of Nico Vega. I've known her for 20 years. 𝗙𝗍, let's go. There's 𝗙𝗍 times 2. That's funny. She married Dan Reynolds from Imagine Dragons, but I recorded Asia Volkman's her first ever demo that she recorded was in my fucking basement studio. Like when you hear the songs, you hear Radiant, okay? You hear Radiant and You're on Blue, the songs that you hear in my stream. That drummer, Nate, was one of Asia's good friends. And so Asia and I are still like, we still communicate on like Instagram and TikTok and shit, because that's how I met Nate. Was I went to an open mic and I saw Asia and I was like, holy fucking shit, you have the voice of an angel. And then we became friends and I started recording her. And then she introduced me to Nate, who was going to be her drummer. And then I stole Nate for Number 3 Breakdown. And then I ended up ending that band. And then her and Nate moved to Eugene and they started a band called Lovers. And then Nate didn't want to go to LA. So Asia went to LA alone. And that's when she met the guys in Nico Vega and they signed to Tom from MySpace Records or whatever. And you know, then she married Dan Reynolds and like, you know, the rest was like history. But dude, she is like a powerful woman, like not just an artist. But anyway, so I want to just sidebar here and then we're going to the Epstein, but 1 minute. So here's what I want to show you guys.
Women worldwide
you ready?
have come forward.
So the thing about Whole for me is not just the music, but it was Courtney Love's personality. Okay, Courtney Love was a world shaker. She was a woman who went into circles that were dominated by men, and she behaved like a man and said, I don't give a fuck what you think about me. And that was a very powerful, like she was one of the powerful champions of women who were like, I'm not going to be the way men tell me to be. Okay, she was. And in fact, guys, here is Courtney Love back in 2005 telling about Harvey Weinstein a full 15 years before he got prosecuted. You ready? She was at a red carpet thing, okay? Watch this.
Attacked her in her London home in the 80s. Courtney Love has also spoken out. A video of the rock star in 2005 came out showing the star warning young women about the movie Titan.
Watch this.
Harvey Weinstein invites you to a private party in the Four Seasons downtown.
Dude, there it was. So she
Love tweeted Saturday.
Dude, she was on a red carpet in 2005, 13 years before Me Too. And they asked her, they said, do you have any advice for young actresses who come to LA? And she said, oh my God, I'm going to get libeled if I say it. And then she said it really fast. If Harvey Weinstein invites you to a private party at the Four Seasons, don't go. And then she walked away. And everyone was like, oh my God, what did she just do? Right? And everybody knew what she was talking about. But it was another 13 years before it came out. But that's the kind of shit that like that's why I liked Whole, man. You know what I'm saying? Is like, dude, she was feisty. And one of the greatest shows I ever saw was at Irvine Meadows with Whole and Courtney. There was a light on her and this stack of amps and this like black cloth. There was like a 50-foot shadow of Courtney. That was like so amazing. Dude, I love those kinds of like she was good. She's so talented. Like she can do anything, any kind of art. She is like a true artist. But I love those kinds of women that are like aggro. Dude, I love that shit. I love it. I love women that will behave like men and unapologetically. You like my site? All right, let's go. I do. I like that because there's always been this expectation. Men get to behave a certain way and women have to behave a certain way. Smile. And so I like women who come in and they sleep with people like men. They party like men. They talk like men. They will get in people's faces like men. And they don't feel the need to play the character of a woman that society tells them. Dude, Kim Gordon, Kathleen Hanna, dude, there's a lot of women that are like that along the way, dude, a lot of them. I've liked a lot of women fucking bands, right? I've been a big, I'm a big, indie woman band sort of guy. And I still like that shit, dude. I do, I still like women that fucking throw down. Like Dana Dentata, dude, she's amazing. So I don't believe she killed Kurt. No, I don't think she killed Kurt. No, I don't think she killed Kurt, dude. No, I've never thought she killed Kurt. Dude, Kurt was fucked up, bro. He tried to off himself, a month and a half earlier in Italy, and his bandmates were trying to get him into rehab. Kurt had been on a downward spiral for a long time. You got to understand, Kurt, he was on a fast-moving roller coaster that he was trying to get off. He wanted to pull the plug on that band because it was killing him artistically. He didn't want to be doing it anymore. He felt like a fraud. He had a serious drug habit, and nobody would let him off the fucking ride because that ride was such an insane moneymaker that he was struggling. Okay, he wanted off the ride. But unfortunately, the record industry doesn't work like that. They don't let you off the ride, guys. And Kurt had been too much of a fuck up. He didn't have, if you have squeaky clean clout and you are a power figure and you have really intense business relationships, you can sometimes bully your way off the ride. But Kurt was he was like a people pleaser in a way, even though he was this crazy rebel, but he was also a bit of a fuck up. So he didn't have the kind of business clout to be able to get off the ride. And Geffen was not going to ever let him off that ride. And it's pretty sad, it's pretty sad, dude. Cause his bandmates knew he wanted off the ride too. And They were fighting him over percentages. Yeah, well, no, he pulled a dick move. He pulled the same dick move with percentages that Perry did. Okay, Kurt Cobain did the same thing that Perry did in Jane's Addiction, which is once they blew up, they renegotiated the band split to favor them. And Perry did the same thing. A lot of frontmen will do that. And Kurt did that, but I think that fucked him up too. I think a lot of shit he did, fucked him up, dude. And when you have a heroin habit, guys, you can't really think clearly, You know what I'm saying? It's just hard. So where Courtney is now is she's still around. She's just recently, I think, made a new record, You know what I'm saying? Courtney, dude, her solo record, America's Sweetheart, was actually pretty good, right? I don't know. I've been a big Courtney Love fan since she was 20, bro. I've been a fan of hers for a long time. Dude. All right, you ready? All right, sidebar over though. We got to cover this. We got to cover some Epstein. You know what I'm saying? We do. Seattle's tough, boss. They blame Courtney for that. Yeah, dude, Courtney went through a lot of shit after Kurt died. But you know what's funny is she made some of her greatest musical statements in the middle of that. And that's another thing I respect. The whole world was he died right before her record came out, and her whole world was on her fucking ass. And then she went and made Celebrity Skin. She survived the death of Kristen Pfaff, right? Who died of a heroin overdose. Her band almost fell apart. And dude, just unbelievable what fucking, what Courtney went through. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to remember. Oh, yeah. Melissa Aftermar was the one who joined. But, you know what I mean? She her record came out. Kurt was dead. Everyone blamed her. She was broken. The band and everybody were fighting over, money rights. There were all kinds of crazy lawsuits. And then in the middle of that, her bass player dies of a drug overdose. And somehow through that, like Courtney survives. She gets clean. She rejuvenates the band with Melissa Auf der Maar and made like the best record she ever made on top of all that. And like, you don't do that if you're not like a powerful fucking force to be dealt with. You know what I'm saying? Like she rose from that like a phoenix from the fucking ashes, bro. And like, dude, I respect it. You know what I'm saying? I respect it, boss. Dude, it's crazy. Crazy what she went through. Dude, Dave Grohl too, man. I feel like Dave Grohl is another example of somebody. I don't know about him impregnating his fucking girlfriend and all the shit he's doing now. That's a little weird. But dude, Dave Grohl was another one where he survived the Cobain thing. He stepped into the limelight. He made his own records. He built the Foo Fighters. He survived the death of Taylor Hawkins. Like, and he just kept his head together, man. And like, there is an honor in like, you know, being able to navigate that shit and being able to put it back into the music. Like, it's like a true artist, you know? Dude, Jack White, dude, I love Jack White too. They're like some people that are just true artists, man. Dave Grohl, it's a blood-sucking. All right, tell us how you really feel. Dude, my friend Daphne like played with Dave Grohl. She played on like some music that he did or whatever. She said he was amazing. That he would like wake up and come and cook them breakfast and shit. He would like show up at the studio with bacon and eggs and like cook food for everybody that was like playing on the record. Like he's just like a real dude. You know, although him, like I said, impregnating his girlfriend's a little weird, but I don't know. I still like him. Lots of people don't like him. Yeah. But you know, the thing about this though, that's hard, guys, is like when you're in the music business, a lot of people just don't like a lot of people, you know, and Kurt and Dave Grohl though had some issues, guys. They did, because Dave Grohl wanted to sing and write some of the songs, and Kurt wanted it to be the Kurt Cobain show. So they were always sort of like, Dave Grohl always wanted to be doing the Foo Fighters, okay? Like Nirvana was just a thing for him. It was just another band. And he wanted to be writing more and singing more, and there was some conflict. Like you can even see the interviews. Before Kurt died, there were some interviews where Kurt was talking about some of the songs on In Utero that Dave had written. And Kurt was talking about the guitar, and Dave was like, I wrote that guitar riff. And Kurt was like, oh yeah, he did. I remember Dave wrote it, and I thought this is kind of a knucklehead riff. And he kind of like was like putting him down. Like they had some tension. Like Dave, I think, was tired of Kurt being strung out. And Dave wanted to be more involved creatively in the band, and Kurt was never going to let that happen. And like they were not like getting on. But all right, you ready? Dude, you ready? Oh, one other thing I got to say. Last thing on the musical sidebar. You may not like them. You may not think they're much, but a band that I respect, a band among bands that I respect, is fucking U2, guys. Okay? U2. Like U2. And why? Because, guys, I saw U2 in like, I don't know, 2003, 2002, something like that. You ready? I've never been the hugest fan of their music. I did love Joshua Tree when I was younger, and I liked some of their earlier stuff, like, you know, like before that, before Joshua Tree. And I did like Beautiful Day. But guys, can I tell you, I went to see U2 in 2002. Okay, I went to see U2 with my girlfriend, who was a huge fan. Okay, and we went to see U2, and it was around 2002, 2003, somewhere like that, right? It was after Beautiful Day came out. And guys, they were the same original members, okay? And they genuinely still loved each other. They had been touring for 30 fucking years, bro. No rock star shit, no crazy ego battles, just a group of guys still loving playing their music, playing their new songs, playing their old songs, connecting with the audience, giving the audience what they desired, and genuinely enjoying each other's company. And guys, it was like awe-inspiring to watch, because most bands that become as big as U2, they fight, they war, they hate each other, they're arguing over money and royalties and who's more famous. And like, dude, those guys were like genuine bandmates. They just fucking loved each other, man. And that was amazing. Okay. It was amazing to behold. And I saw it on the indie level a little bit from 21 Pilots. I went to see 21 Pilots with my kid, and the guys were there and their dads were in the audience, and the spotlight went on their dads, and they were talking about how their dads helped them become successful. And it was like, holy shit, these guys are just like, they just love what they do. They love each other. They love their fucking whatever, their little family of people. And I like that shit. I like shit. I mean, I can like people that are all star battled and crazy egos, but I also like people that are just like, I don't know, sort of like people that love who they're hanging out with, and they're just there, like, you know, making the music they love together with people they love. And there's something to be said for that. There's something to be said for that vibe, you know? Dude, the Gallaghers are bros and they hate each other. Dude, they're liking each other now, though. I saw Oasis in September with my kid. We went down to LA, right? And we saw Oasis. But all right, now we're going back to the politics. Musical sidebar is over. All right, you ready? Let's go. I want to watch 𝗙ощa here, okay? Right? 𝗙ощa_𝗫𝗠𝗆. And she was around the turn of the century woman, right? Right around 2000. She was in the orbit. She was a model. There was a lot of hubbub about her, okay? And she's speaking with Midas touch. She has not done a lot of like interviews and shit like that. She's been a little on the quieter side. And in fact, she's had a little bit of a rough go, because she, for whatever reason, has gotten attacked a lot. I mean, all of these women that have come forward have gotten attacked a lot, but some of them got attacked like more so than others. And in particular, because she was a model, I feel like maybe she got attacked a little more, because it was almost like she was being a traitor to the modeling industry, because the modeling industry was kind of trafficking and dirty. And like, you know, of course, Trump was involved. And then, you know, Jean-Luc Brunel and Epstein became involved. And, you know, you had John Casablancas involved. A lot of these people were pretty nasty in the modeling industry. But let's watch some of this interview, shall we?
For those who have been following our coverage here of the Epstein files and our coverage of Epstein survivors, you know that I had done a lot of reporting on a survivor by the name of 𝗙ощa_𝗫𝗠𝗆. And from the years of 1993 on, for about 6 years, where the sexual abuse, physical abuse, violence was at its worst, Jeffrey Epstein, his co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell, engaged in horrors to 𝗙ощa_𝗫𝗠𝗆. I want to bring on 𝗙ощa because after I reported on 𝗙ощa and I met and I wanted to, and we started having conversations about the files well before they were produced, and the importance to the community of survivors to these documents being released. 𝗙ощa, it's an honor to have you here and to have you be able to tell your story on our platform, which I think is really important. I want to take people back, and I want to hear from you about, you know, those years, what's happened since then, the prosecutions, the arrests. But let's just start with where we are right now, as we are in early February, a partial release of the Epstein files. was released last week on Friday, 3 million documents. We know there's still more that are being concealed and covered up, which could be tens of millions of pages because the documents have multiple pages. Trump's Department of Justice says they're not going to be releasing anything, that they're done. They have not produced a report about their redactions or why they are withholding certain documents and producing others.
See, I think before we even get into it, we have to highlight Ben's point here, okay? That, and this is very, very important, that they are still not complying with the law, guys. There's a whole bunch of shit they have not released. They have not qualified any of the redactions. They have been redacting shit that is ridiculous. Okay, there's a whole bunch of shit that shouldn't be redacted. I mean, Jenny and I have been finding documents that are 300 pages of like solid black boxes over the entire page. I mean, they are still so far out of compliance with this law. The problem is the branch of government that makes people obey the law is the executive branch. And unfortunately, the executive branch is not going to require the executive branch to obey the law, right? The executive branch enforces the law. So we're kind of fucked here until we have a different executive branch. That's essentially what it is. But the redactions are so off. They left women unredacted. They doxed women. They showed women completely nude, okay, unredacted. They have redacted and protected government officials, wealthy officials. They stripped Trump. They've been very selective with how they'll release some of the FBI tip reports, but none of the investigative stuff. I mean, these guys it is a shit show. It is a complete and utter, lawless, completely lawless shit show.
And the survivors, including yourself, have come forward and talked about the re-traumatization by this Trump Department of Justice, where they provide identifying information, personal information about you and other survivors that can be read in these files when they had one job, which was to protect the identity of survivors. So with that, just to build that foundation, I just want to hear from you first about your reaction to the partial release of the files and the way Donald Trump's Department of Justice has handled it and Trump's statements.
Okay, thank you so much, Ben, and I really appreciate you covering this and being so compassionate towards myself and my fellow survivors. The recent dump of files, I'm just kind of horrified by, and it's a kind of re-traumatization that, in some ways, I mean, because the worst, the actual experiencing it is over. Experiencing the abuse, but the fact that the very people who are meant to lead this country, who are meant to protect the innocent and the vulnerable and stand up for those who can't stand up for themselves, have completely re-traumatized us. It's like being raped by the Department of Justice. Because we are exposed, we're vulnerable. I mean, I'll just speak for myself. But when I was contacted by a journalist via my attorneys, Brad Edwards and Brittany Henderson, and they said, because I had said, oh, is there anything about me in the release of the files? And honestly, I had no idea that some of these documents even existed. So when they said yes, and then they sent me the documents, I mean, I had to pull over. I was driving. And I was on a retreat with my daughter, and I had to stop, and I looked at these documents, and everything went into slow motion because my addresses, my driver's license with my picture, my signature, my phone numbers, notes from the government that were, I mean, I was compelled to give testimony in the Maxwell trial, and therefore I was also compelled to give an honest an honest, amount of information on my life and notes on everything personal that had ever happened to me.
So they like doxed the shit out of her, dude. And they did this with a bunch of people, dude. That's brutal.
All those were released. And you can't put that back in. There are other survivors who I know have been exposed in a way that may be far more injurious because they had previously always been anonymous. And just to be clear, many people have written to me on social media and said, well, if you're already out and talking about being a survivor with your own name, then what's wrong with having your information out there? Well, first of all, it wasn't my choice to be public about this.
Yeah, you notice what she said earlier, that she was compelled, which meant that because of the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, they issued a subpoena, I'm sure, and that she was forced to give a deposition. Okay, she was. Like many of these women that are in those files, some of them came forward and participated, but some of them were forced to give depositions and were forced to give testimony by Ghislaine's lawyers, etc., which is why they really wanted that shit to be redacted. And one of the things, though, that the Trump DOJ, it's very clear what they did. They openly doxed, both with photographs, with naked photographs, with addresses, with personal details. They doxed the shit out of multiple survivors, okay? And while hiding and redacting people that actually committed crimes, and they did it purposely. They did it to hide the people who committed crimes and to send a message of retribution to these women and to try to get them to back off, okay? That's what it is about. But I don't think these women are backing off. But dude, it is not cool.
It was my choice to speak in my own name at the dismissal hearing of Epstein's charges after he died. But it was not my choice to be outed on the internet and on these various different trolls at the trial. Okay. And it actually, the judge was very specific about protecting the identity of the people who did not want to come forward with their own name. I have a child. I have a business. I'm a mental health professional. I do not and did not want to be public about this. So I was outed. And then I thought, okay, listen, it's ridiculous to remain anonymous when many people really know exactly who I am. So I thought, how can I be helpful and how can I use this to create some kind of purpose from this betrayal? So now, once again, that's happened, and it's happened on a scale that puts me and other survivors in physical, legal, and emotional danger.
Okay, so the dismissal hearing, Ralph, I'll tell you what that was. So what happened was there was a case that was going forward with Jeffrey Epstein after he was arrested, Teterboro Airport, right? There had been a lawsuit about him violating the victim's rights with the immunity deal. So they were allowed to charge him in New York, and there was going to be a trial. But then he died. So the case was over. Case dismissed, right? Well, the judge at the time realized that there were a whole bunch of survivors that were attached to this case, women who had been abused by Jeffrey Epstein. And so the judge had a special dismissal hearing. Instead of just coming in and dismissing the Epstein case, which you do when the person dies, they had a dismissal hearing where these women who were victims could come and stand before the court publicly and share their stories about Jeffrey Epstein as though he were in the courtroom. So a number of women went to New York and they participated in this dismissal hearing as like a bit of closure and a powerful moment to go and make a statement about Epstein and everything they had been through and how they felt about the fact that he was never going to stand trial, etc. And it was a really powerful thing. Like a lot of victims came together and really developed some fucking bonds through that. And kudos to the judge for realizing that like these victims needed it, and he gave them the opportunity to like, you know, to come forward. It was pretty cool. It was a good thing.
So right now, day by day, and bear in mind, I spoke at the dismissal hearing in 2019, the end of 2019, and now we're at the beginning of 2026. So this is years and years of, this isn't a story that's like come and gone. This has been a consistent story. And to continue to be living that, but now to feel like I'm looking over my shoulder, and I'm also having abusive messages and exploitative messages and threatening messages sent to me, things coming to my door. It's disgraceful. And, you know, I love this country. And that's why I moved here 21 years ago. And I don't know, could it be incompetence? I mean, I hope no one's that incompetent. And if it's not incompetence, then it must be deliberate. And if that's true, then everybody responsible for that deliberate betrayal of the victims should be held responsible.
𝗙SCA, you mentioned you've been in the United States now for 21 years, but let's rewind even before that. 𝗙SCA, Georgia, 16 years old. You come into contact with a Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell makes an introduction to a Jeffrey Epstein at the age of 16. Where were you? When did this happen? How did you meet Ghislaine? And how is that introduction to Jeffrey Epstein taking place?
Sure. So I had recently moved back from the south of France, where I had been at school, back to London and England, where I'm from, with my mother. And so I was sort of moving to a place that I was not familiar with. And, you know, I had had some difficulties prior to that. So I would say that, you know, it's important to recognize that many of these survivors, myself included, had vulnerability, had instability that made us, and therefore me, prime targets for this kind of grooming and this kind of abuse. So I was...
See, that's a really important point, guys, because I know I hear a lot of people, they always say, like, where were the parents? How did this happen? But Ghislaine and Jeffrey were very, like, astute and careful to seek out a specific type of vulnerable girl, okay? Dude, Ralph, let's go. You're welcome, boss. Thanks for the explanation. I got you. So they were very good at finding girls with particular vulnerabilities. Often they were girls that had had some type of SA prior to that, or they were girls that were in struggling family situations. They had money problems. They were girls that were trying to do something big with their life, but they were stuck in a place where they were never going to get there. And they would swoop in like superheroes, like, we're going to save you. We're going to help you out. And they would like lift them up and then like drop them to the floor, lift them and drop them and lift them and drop them and keep them like tied in with money. And they're just like, these types of predators they're exactly, they know how to target the vulnerable. It's almost like they have antennae that are finely tuned and they can just spot the vulnerable. They just like can detect it. And then they go after them and they offer them exactly what they need. And then they sort of like elevate them and take it away, elevate them and take it away. And they do it in such a way that just sort of like breaks them down. And guys, you know what's crazy about this is there are other like spaces where this type of shit happens. Like one of them is like the military. Okay. The military is another classic example where there are certain types of people that go into the military. They have certain vulnerabilities. From working class families in the Midwest, there's not a lot of opportunity at their home. And the military takes these guys and they break them down mentally and they turn them into like obedient fucking, you know, machines that execute their purpose. These are techniques that like aren't just done in grooming, but like, yeah, it happens in Hollywood. It happens in churches. It happens in the military. anywhere where there is like a lot of power and there's a type of predatory sort of like, energy is where these types of sort of mental breaking you down and controlling sort of happen. And I mean, we see it, guys, on a smaller scale in families. There are families where there are really dysfunctional parents that parent their kids in a very controlling, mentally manipulative, Stockholm syndrome kind of way where the parents are horrible and the kids are like, I'll do anything for you. I mean, it is not uncommon. These techniques and this type of like, grooming exists all over the place. Okay, it really does.
16, and I traveled to Paris with a male friend who had actually known 𝗙攣. And I met her in passing, sort of in the hotel lobby. And she was, I mean, I really didn't have my place in London. I didn't know anyone really there. I didn't have any friends. I was going to school, to high school there, and trying to manage transitioning from a different country and making friends, and also trying to complete my studies because I was always very academic, and I had applied to and earned a place at Oxford University to read law. And when I met Ghislaine Maxwell, she was extremely impressive. I mean, I will recognize that despite the fact that Ghislaine is a monster, she's a very smart monster. And she knew exactly what to say. And I mean, Jeffrey is a crude, very unpolished person. And there's no way I would be going to his house or entertaining spending time with him. But Ghislaine was everything that I needed and everything that I wanted, because I really I aspired to be like her. She was kind of almost the age of my parents. And she was so interested in me. And it's not...
She was like smart and cultured and beautiful and well-dressed and like well-spoken. Ghislaine was like the one that just made everyone feel at ease. Like these young, vulnerable girls looked at Ghislaine and were like, I want to be like her. And Ghislaine would come in and just like this aristocratic woman with, the money and the jewelry and the clothes and the connections, and like, here, stick with me and you're gonna be like me, right? She was like a movie star kind of, but she was really a predator and setting them up and sort of delivering them to Epstein, who was like crude and shocking. And, he would say very jarring things. He was very offensive with the way he talked. He was just not like, he was like a sex degenerate, I mean, it was without Ghislaine, there literally is no Jeffrey,
Often that somebody of that age and that, with that much acclaim takes such an interest in somebody so much younger than them in the way that they want to be friends, because we really weren't contemporaries, although we'd had very similar upbringings, and she very much leveraged that. Ghislaine went to Marlborough School, and I had been to Marlborough School. Ghislaine had studied at Oxford University, and I had earned myself a place at Oxford University. We both had very powerful, quite domineering fathers, and we both spoke French. So she connected with me, and, now in retrospect, I can see how deliberate that was. But at the time, I just thought this was the most amazing opportunity to have a friend, to have somebody who was interested in helping me, in getting to know me. And she excitedly gave me her phone number. She lived very close to my mother's house where I lived, and she encouraged us to stay in touch. And when I got back to London, we did stay in touch, and she invited me over for tea. I was very excited. I told my mother about it, and I was excited to go and see my new friend, who she had reminded me, that I had so many connections to her and we had so many things in common. And so I got ready and I went and had tea with her, and she asked all the right questions. And of course, now I recognize as a mental health professional that, the grooming process is very deliberate, and she was very good at it. And she was so interested in me. And that's a wonderful feeling for somebody who doesn't really know where they belong. She noticed that I was lonely, that I was vulnerable, that I was shy, that I was trusting, maybe insecure. And then she offered kindness and support. And she talked in our first meeting when we had tea, she talked about this amazing boyfriend that she had. And she said he's like a philanthropist, and his favorite thing to do is to help young people, especially young women. And I was like, oh, he sounds amazing. And she said, well, yes, if you're very lucky, you might get to meet him. And so already that seed was planted that I was going to, possibly have this great opportunity. And when you give somebody that sort of carrot, it's like, it makes everybody wants something that they might not be able to get. And suddenly it was like, my eyes were like, oh my God, who is this amazing person?
See, that's really interesting, isn't it? That she's older, her mother's age, all of a sudden becomes her friend, this aristocratic, moneyed, very posh British woman, almost like she's royalty or something. And then she's like, oh yeah, I know this really wealthy benefactor, maybe you'll get to meet him someday. So they're just, ooh, you right? You know what I'm saying? Just complete carrot and the stick, man. So gross.
It wasn't long before she called and she said, great news. He's here. Can you come? How soon can you come? And so I got myself ready, and I was under the impression that this was like an interview, that if I played my cards right, this would be the key to so many doors opening for me, and for me to get the things that I wanted, not necessarily the things my parents wanted for me. She knew that I was meant to go to Oxford, but she would say to me, that's what your parents want, right? But what do you really want to do? And I wanted to be in music. And she said, well, let's see what we can do. Unlike many of the other survivors, I came from a outwardly privileged background. I was not short of money. This wasn't a thing where I was looking to be paid $300 or something. This was a thing where I wanted to belong, and I wanted opportunity, and I wanted connection. So when she said, this is your chance, come over, I got dressed in my mother's suit. Because I wanted, in my mother's clothes, because I wanted to look sophisticated. And I ran over there. And from the very moment that I first entered Ghislaine's house in London, Knightsbridge, I was being groomed. And when I came in, it was very much that thing. And it was small in Ghislaine's house. It was like a muse house. So it was quite small. And as you walked in, Jeffrey was sitting in the front room, in a chair, in sweatpants, and Ghislaine answered the door, and she went and sat down, and I was not invited to sit down, so I was standing. And so already there was this sort of feeling of, oh, I'm sort of I'm not on the same level as these people, because they're sitting and I'm standing.
Yeah, she's like an outsider.
He said hello. He was on the phone when I came in, and then when he got off the phone, which was an uncomfortable amount of time that I was standing, waiting by the front door, shifting from foot to foot, nervously wondering if this interview would go well. And then, he got off the phone and he said, oh, is this the one you've told me about? Oh, amazing. And then he asked me all these questions, and Ghislaine would interject and sort of note my accolades. And she's this and she's that, and as if this was really an interview, and I was waiting to see if I got in, kind of thing. So at some point during this strange interaction, and bear in mind these people were older. I'm from England, and we're taught to speak when you're spoken to, respect your elders, not question authority. And I mean, I'm 48 years old now, and this was in the 90s. We really didn't kind of step out of line. So when I was asked questions, I just answered them. And at that point, Ghislaine said, oh, and she's so strong. She has incredibly strong hands. She's strangely strong for a girl her age, And she'd already mentioned that, I was at school and that I was going to Oxford University.
And here we go. Now we're getting into like she'd be perfect to give a massage with those strong hands. I mean, it's so creepy, right? Like when I think about this, I think about what she's talking about, and you see, because every survivor has a story like this, where hers is like she comes in and she's standing while they're seated and he's on the phone for a long time. So there's this like discombobulating thing. Some of the other girls talk about how they went to the island and there was a 60-year-old South African couple that met them at the dock that started telling them stories. So the minute they got off the boat, they just felt so safe. Like nothing bad could happen to us here because this old couple was like walking us to our cabanas. And then later that night, they're being graped by him. And they're like, what the fuck is going on? Like, how did this end up happening? And you realize that everything was like done intentionally to sort of set the stage for whatever abuse was about to take place. And it's really fucking creepy, man.
And she said, yeah, show them how strong your hands are. And I was kind of like, okay, like I was very uncomfortable. And she said, just give his foot a squeeze. And I felt very uncomfortable, but I felt like it wasn't a bad enough thing to ask that I could say no, and I felt like it would be more uncomfortable to say no than it would be to do it. So I did it. And, then I got all this praise, right? And this is part of that grooming process as well. You give them, they dangle the carrot, they connect with people who are vulnerable. And then when you do something right, the praise comes.
Yeah, it's like effusive praise. That is just like, and dude, they're so manipulative. It is so heartbreaking because this shit, guys, this shit just fucking happens. It happens like so often, I mean, the thing that I kept getting through my head is how it happens in youth groups. Okay, I've talked about the Assembly of God Church, the scene where they all took me up, they pulled me up, and they started speaking in tongues. They sort of get you when you're vulnerable, and they're young though. These people like are, when that youth group shit, when they did that shit with me, I was in 8th grade. Okay, she was 16, so she was in like high school, and so they get you at a time when you're young enough that you're not spotting all these warning signs, and they're always one step ahead of you with the way they like detect what type of praise you need, and then they just provide it. It is really, it's alarming.
And all the praise came, and then at some point the phone rang again. He got on the phone and she kind of gestured that it was my time to leave and sort of shuffled me out the door. I never got to sit down, and I was very confused. I felt really sort of spun around, and I got back, and I had told my mother I have this kind of interview opportunity, and I didn't really know how it went. And then Ghislaine called and she said, wow, you did really well, and oh my God, this is it, because he loves you. And
oh shit,
and
dude.
Then
so manipulative.
Within a short period, she called me back and she said, listen, I need a favor. I need your help. Jeffrey's massage therapist has cancelled, and listen, he just is very picky about these things, and he's actually asked for you. And I know this isn't really what you do, but can you come? If you could come right now, that would be really doing a big favor for me, because he's very demanding, and he's very busy and important. And so I said, okay. And I went over, and, I'm not going to go into the details of that situation because it's triggering for me, and it's also triggering, I think, for people to hear, especially if they've been victimized. But the first experience became somewhat sexual. And it was in increments. that I now can see they were testing how far they could go. And if it was slightly too far, then it would be pulled back a little bit until the shame came in. And you know, I then once a couple of these experiences had happened, I felt dissociated some of the time. I also felt ashamed. I certainly felt that I couldn't tell anybody because I wouldn't even know how to begin talking. I mean, I'd never really talked about sex with anybody. So,
dude, it's so sad, like hearing about it, because you know, like the way they do that shit is they just sort of like, you know, like push the boundary a little bit. Here, we're gonna do this. And the person doesn't want to say no, and they say yes, and it's not that big of a deal. And then next time they go a little bit further. And then if there's resistance, they pull back and are like, oh, wow, no way, you don't want to do that. But it's like the whole thing is a process of eventually you get them to the shame. And eventually you get them to where they haven't said no to something that has extremely violated them, and they're carrying the shame and they can't talk to anyone. And then once they're in that like shame spiral, they are easy to manipulate. It is very similar to the shame spiral people get when you have a drug addiction. It is like you become very manipulatable, right? Like, I mean, dude, like people who are in the throes of their addiction, you can easily emotionally blackmail these people. You can easily get them to fucking do your bidding because of that shame spiral, that shame cycle. It's like that, you know, they're stuck in this shame cycle that eventually they can't really say no anymore. It's really fucked up. It is really fucked up. And like the people that do this type of grooming, they do it like so effectively. It is like second nature for them. And it really fucking makes me mad, like hearing about this shit. You know what I'm saying? It really makes me mad. And then eventually what happens if they get too resistant, by that time they start like threatening their family or some shit. You know, like some of the girls, they would show them pictures of like their younger siblings at school and be like, I do know where your younger brother goes to school, just so you know. And the girl's like, holy fucking shit. They're like, they're going to kill my younger brother if I don't fucking comply. I mean, it's different for every survivor, but it's really messed up, man.
Let alone my parents. So I thought the best thing to do was, hope this just went away. And of course it didn't go away. It got worse and it got worse. And I went to Palm Beach, and when I was in Palm Beach, it was really bad. And I was also
there. So, dude, first I'm going to hit this. Game Shark says, remember, this is just one person who is willing to come forward. Think of the ones who have never had a chance or have been too afraid to speak. Yes. Thank you, Game Shark. Now, or never got the chance to. But here's where it probably gets gnarly, because like she said, Ghislaine's house was not very far from Jeffrey's, but eventually she went to Palm Beach. So now I don't know how old she was, if she was 17, 18, 19, whatever, but now she's in a foreign country. She is in a foreign locale where she doesn't have any family. She doesn't know any people. And of course they most certainly are limiting her outside contact. And so now she's like stuck. She's trapped. And that's when the gnarly shit begins, because now they're just, they can't get away, man.
There. So I want to pause there. I want to talk about Palm Beach, and I just want to at this point, Ghislaine is 31 years old, right? In this period, Jeffrey Epstein is 40 years old around this period. You're 16 years old. You're wearing, again, as you said, your mom's suit, thinking you're going in for a job interview. After that first experience where it was grab Jeffrey's foot or see how strong you can. You then have the phone call where our massage therapist isn't here. We need you to show up. There was the first experience that you described there, and then it got progressively worse. I didn't mean to interrupt you as you talk about Palm Beach, but if this is 1993, do you go to Palm Beach that year after? And at this point in time, and again, I don't want you to go into the sexual assault with graphic details for the reasons that you said, but that starts in 1993. I guess, how frequent are the interactions taking place? And then you go to Palm Beach rather, and then talk to us about going to Palm Beach, and then what happens from there on out.
So, I've learned to only speak about what I'm absolutely sure of, and I will say I had a few interactions before going to Palm Beach.
Can I just say something too? I want to interject that, like, Palm Beach too, like, obviously where she lived, even though she was from means in London and didn't have money troubles, Palm Beach is like, the island of Palm Beach is like otherworldly. Okay, there's West Palm Beach on the mainland. That is a city that has, regular type neighborhoods and shit. But literally the island of Palm Beach, that little strip where Epstein lived, where Mar-a-Lago is, it is like just multi-million-dollar mansions everywhere. Massive ones. Okay, it is massive resorts. It is nothing. There is no working class neighborhood on Palm Beach Island at all. You go there and it is like multi-million dollar home after multi-million dollar home after estate. They all have like boats and views, and they're all walled and gated mansions. The resorts are like 5-star hotels or like Mar-a-Lago, which is this sprawling thing. I mean, when you go there, it is like the upper crust of the upper crust. Yes, there's helipads. There is like nobody there is driving a car that is not like $100,000 car. It is like the ritziest, like most outlandish community. It's literally an island of vast wealth that when people go there, they're just like, you're just stunned by it. You know what I mean? You're stunned by like how it is like being in another world. And especially if you come from any type of working class neighborhood, it is like plucking them out and taking them to this sort of Disneyland of extreme wealth. You know what I mean? Like Jeffrey Epstein lived in one of the poorest houses in Palm Beach, and it was like a $3 million home. And his was like, oceanfront and was dilapidated compared to the nice ones. But that's like the low end was like $3 million home back in 2000, back in the 90s. So this shit is like otherworldly. You know what I'm saying?
But when I went to Palm Beach, it was about a year and a half later. I think that's going to be too bright. It was about a year and a half later. And so I was just 18 when I went to Palm Beach. And suddenly I was way out of my league. And I think part of the problem with young people, with minors, is that you always want to think that you can cope with things, and you always want to feel sophisticated.
Yeah, you think you got this.
And feel like you can hang with the big guys and the big girls. But the truth is, once I got there, I was totally out of my depth. I didn't have a cell phone in the States. I didn't have any way of contacting anyone outside of the house phone in front of Jeffrey and Glenn. And I was picked up from the airport, and I had no idea where I was. I'd never been to Palm Beach. I'd only ever been, so I was kind of out of my depth. And then suddenly, as the abuse started, and a lot of it was the first instance of abuse, that was the first day, and I was jet lagged as well, was initiated by 𝗙𝗫𝗓. And she had, she decided to put an outfit for me on my bed to wear to go and see Jeffrey and bring him his tea. And then the assaults and the rapes began. And at that point, he'd upped the ante, and so had she, in terms of, they knew that I had nowhere to go. I wouldn't even have known how to get a taxi to leave. So I think they took advantage of the fact that I couldn't leave and realized that I was just there at their disposal. And
dude, that's crazy to think about, like, because if she's coming from England, like, she doesn't even know about, like, 911. You know what I'm saying? Right? She doesn't even know if she picks up the phone. Like, certainly the number you dial for emergency in the UK is different than it is in Palm Beach. Can you imagine just being in a foreign country, like, not knowing, like, if I even wanted to call the police, how would I do it? Right? You know what I'm saying? Or if I wanted to, like she said, to get a cab, like, how do you do it? And then they sort of, like, keep them, they keep their world very small. Like, I bet she was never out of their sight.
And that's how I was treated. And at that point, I really started to descend into daily dissociation, drinking more heavily, using substances to try and stop myself from acknowledging what was happening, because I couldn't cope.
Are you staying at the house in Palm Beach at this point in time? Is that where you're staying? And then would you go back to London with them and travel, or was it from there on out, was it mostly in Palm Beach where you were living for that period of time from 93 to 99, or what was that like?
No, it wasn't living. It was sort of, by the time Palm Beach had happened, it was very much, you come when you're summoned. And there was a lot of summoning. And this structure was set up, nobody talked to Jeffrey directly, right? And this was set up so that there would be this sense of being removed from him because of how important and powerful he is. And so I would see them again in London, and then I did also go to the island once, and to Paris once. So it was very much set up that you knew that, and also I will say in Palm Beach, there were some interactions with other men, not sexual interactions, but I was around conversations that Jeffrey was having with other powerful men. And it was being reiterated to me and reinforced to me constantly that if you know the right people and you have enough money, you can do anything you want and never get a consequence. And, I was a smart girl. I knew exactly what that meant. I knew why it was being said in front of me and for my benefit. So I knew that in order to keep safe, I had to keep showing up. And I also at that point was dissociated so much that I felt devalued. And just, if you were summoned, there was a lot of sense of urgency around it. And that kind of sense of urgency is infectious, and when there's great urgency and great panic from powerful people, everybody runs around to try, and also there's the support of all the staff, right? All the staff who were frightened of 𝗙𝗫𝗓, all the staff who were frightened of Jeffrey, and Jeffrey screaming, and 𝗙𝗫𝗓 screaming. So it was different places, but it was more like trips or short interactions over years.
And I'll show people the photo of you around this time period as well, that you provided to some media outlets, and that was you as a young girl. And I want people to, that you had Epstein in his 40s, 𝗙𝗫𝗓 in her mid 30s at that point, as that time progressed. engaging in this horrific rape and abuse of you. And then one of the things that if your, as you know, if your name is searched now, people see this article from the Sunday Mirror. And it should be noted that...
Yeah, this is the article we've all seen. There was like, they did like a society piece on her, where they were like, oh, there's this young model and Donald Trump is in love with her and he keeps bringing her to Mar-a-Lago. He's flying her there, trying to woo her. She was like the subject of this big thing, this like tabloid little article.
Ghislaine's father, who died in 1991, Robert Maxwell, owned this paper. It's called the Sunday Mirror. This was in her family. And so at some point in 1997, Ghislaine planted a story.
She was like 20,
you,
I think,
to basically imply that Donald Trump was keeping you in a penthouse. And I'll quickly just...
Dude, the story is crazy because like you've heard what she talked about how she was brought to Palm Beach and she's being abused and shit. But then the story is, I think I have it. Let me see if I have it. It is, I don't, you can find it if you just Google her name. Right. It is a mirror. Again, it was Ghislaine Maxwell's father's paper. Right. And, it is this. Okay. But so it was literally this crazy article. There was a picture of her. And then what they did was the article sort of covered her like she was Paris Hilton or something. The article sort of was like, oh, this is a new high society girl that Donald Trump is wooing, that everybody is like excited about. But like, she didn't create the article. She wasn't, you know what I mean? It was like they created a narrative around her that would then explain her existence in these Palm Beach and or New York City social circles. And like, so people would know, oh, that's the model that Donald Trump is like after, right? And I mean, they do this shit a lot. They sort of like, I mean, we talked a little bit about this before, about like with Lindsay Lohan, that when Lindsay Lohan got famous, it became this thing where she was required to show up no matter what condition she was in. She had to show up at the center of these like society events because she was like the it girl. And it became this thing where it didn't matter if Lindsay Lohan was having a breakdown. She had to go be the it girl. And there was no ifs, ands, or buts. Yeah, she was the product. And dude, it becomes this really fucked up thing. It happened to people like Edie Sedgwick, right? That was another thing that happened to her. You know, it happens a lot of times to these young society girls. Somebody mentioned Paris Hilton. Once you become this like society it thing and some type of like, they create a narrative around you, and then you're like, you no longer have a choice. You are a sort of a cog in the wheel of this high society, and there's so much money involved that if you say no, like your career in whatever you want to do is just over. Like that's the thing that a lot of people don't realize when they're like, why didn't these girls say no? Because once you get into that scene of wealth, okay, if you want to be a stockbroker, a model, an actress, like pick a vocation other than like being a fucking farmer. And literally, if you say no to those people, you will never work in any industry ever for the rest of your fucking life. Like the people in those rooms can make sure if you want to be a reporter, you're never a fucking reporter, ever, anywhere, any paper in America, right? So you eventually, it's like, you don't have a choice, man. I mean, it is pretty gnarly, but I've not heard the complete story about this. I'm looking forward to hearing the whole 9 yarder. The whole 9 yarders. I mean, it's hard, dude. It's hard. That level of power It's hard.
Share with the audience what this says, because it seemed part of it also was, and to be clear, I'll just say from the outset, there was no abuse or sexual abuse from Trump to you, and I just want to make that very clear here. But what there was a meeting with Trump or an interaction in New York City and then in Palm Beach that then let Ghislaine plant a story that Donald Trump was having a relationship with you that was actually not happening, but that was pushed out there to, I guess, help Ghislaine and Donald Trump's image together. At this, I don't want to speculate the purpose of it, but this was the article right here. How sweet. Trump's Brit of all right. And that's a photo of you right there, right? It says party. They called you party girl, 𝗙ecie. And it says, just weeks after ditching his second wife, America's best known billionaire Donald Trump has fallen under the spell of a 20-year-old English girl. Trump 50, who has failed in his bid to secure the services of Princess Diana's butler, Paul Burrell, was in search of another British trophy when he met London model 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗍𝗄 at a party in Manhattan.
In search of a British trophy. Dude, this is written in the paper. A 50-year-old man in search of a trophy, like fawning over a 20-year-old. And dude, the 90s were fucked up.
Millionaires already had their eyes on 𝗙ecie, but she was there with Robert Maxwell's daughter, Ghislaine, who has introduced several of her attractive friends to the property developer. And none of his would-be rivals owned a vast mansion in Florida like Donald does. Mar-a-Lago, where I have dined with him and his outgoing wife, Marla, is enough to make any young girl go weak at the knees. After their meeting, Trump flew Madame Maxwell.
So gross.
They're calling her Madame. And the model south to the Sunshine State, where all three enjoyed a happy weekend together. When they returned to New York, 𝗙ecie was installed in one of Donald's many apartments. Miss DeGeorgia likes older men. She went out once or twice with Joanna Lumley's ex-husband, Jeremy Floyd, who was 50 years her senior. And then it goes on to say, doubtless this is the start of a long, by Trump standards, already is friendship already. And so to be clear, you were never holed up in an apartment in the penthouse, but you didn't.
I was put in an apartment by Jeffrey. And one of Jeffrey's apartments that Ghislaine and Jeffrey put me in. So that's where I was staying in New York. So there were a lot of inaccuracies in this story, and I think one of the things that's very dangerous to survivors is misinformation and disinformation, because if it doesn't have credibility and it's not true, then at some point someone discovers that that's the case, and it serves people who would seek to discredit the real facts and the real information. So I did not have a romantic or sexual relationship with Donald Trump in any way. It is true that Ghislaine brought me there expressly talking about, oh, he's going to love you, you're just his type, that, you should say this and you should wear this. And she went with me. But she introduced me to a couple of other wealthy men when I was there in New York. And not all of them bad people, but no one that I had a relationship with at the time. Also, just the fact of me going out with Jeremy Lloyd, who's 50 years older than me at the time, that's absolute nonsense. I mean, I knew him, and you can't be attached to someone romantically in the press just says you're going out with somebody if you're in a photograph with them once or something. So I think that was a way of making it acceptable, and making it that it was my idea, or that I was okay with that, and I wasn't interested in Donald Trump or anybody that age.
And the thing that she was doing, though, Ghislaine, with Trump and some of these other guys, though, was saying, oh, he's going to love you. Here's what you have to say. Here's what he likes. He's into this and that. That part is the only kind of true part about that. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Let's fast forward a little bit to Ghislaine's trial. Ghislaine gets convicted of child sex trafficking. And it's incredibly difficult for you to have to go through that process there and relive the trauma that you've shared with us here, but you have to go through it in a trial setting. She's someone who instilled fear and terror and panic. I guess 2 questions before I get there. How'd you get out of that? Like I guess let me ask. I don't want to leave that hole in the story, and then let me go to the trial. How did that part end? And then let's go to the trial.
So one of the coping mechanisms that I developed, that many survivors develop through this kind of trauma and initiated by this kind of trauma, is heavy drinking, medication, abusing medication, those kinds of things. And that was, I became an alcoholic, I became an addict, and
that's pretty common, what she's talking about. And among many of the girls, okay, Jeffrey Epstein did no drugs, okay? He was very adamant, no drugs. He hated smoking. He was super controlling. But like a lot of the girls were obviously they were in shame spirals. They were being SA'd. They were provided with drugs and alcohol if they wanted to like numb the pain. But it was this weird thing where Epstein didn't want to be around it, so they had to like sneak it, okay? And so they were like sneaking this shit to cope and hoping he wouldn't find it. But at the same time, he was making sure that like they had it, because somebody who's dependent on something is, again, very easily controlled. And so a lot of times, it was like painkillers or depressants, right? Sleeping pills or whatever. But it's totally understandable that if you're being abused and you're stuck, then pretty soon you have a drug habit, and then pretty soon they're just all over you. It's really sad, man.
And that was the way that I got through it. I also dissociated regularly when I didn't have alcohol to kind of help me to do that for me. And when I was about 26, so about 10 years through these experiences, I met somebody who was a friend who introduced me to the possibility of getting sober, getting clean, and I really took it, and I really went with it. And I've been sober for 22 years now.
Good for her.
So as I got sober, I think I started to come back into my body and start to realize the gravity and the extent of some of the things that had happened. And that was a blessing and a curse. It was a blessing in terms of the fact that I really couldn't, my body just wouldn't go there, and so I was starting to find more and more excuses to not go. That being said, I was getting very much too old for Jeffrey at this point. At 20,
she was aging out.
So, I was quite old for them. In fact, just quickly mentioning something, when I was in Palm Beach at 20, Ghislaine was joking that I was too old, getting too old now. So I got sober. I started to, my life started to improve in some ways, but I still was unable to maintain good relationships, to really push my career forward. I would get little bursts of being able to have successes, and then I would fall into a depression, or I would fall into a cycle of, dating abusive people as well. So that's how I started to get out of it. But I will say that for someone who's experienced these kinds of traumas, you don't get over it. Hopefully, the best thing you can hope for is to develop and discover healthier coping mechanisms, so that when the attacks come, when the PTSD comes, when the triggers come, you don't turn it in on yourself, and you don't destroy yourself or kill yourself.
So then Jeffrey Epstein dies under these mysterious circumstances. And now with a lot of the reporting casts a lot more questions than even existed before, but we don't have to get into that in this interview. You're able to speak before Judge Berman's court about the trauma that you experienced, and Judge Berman gave survivors an opportunity to speak there. Mm-hmm. That was in 2019. Then you fast forward to 2021, 2022, Ghislaine's trial. She's convicted of child sex trafficking. She's put in prison in Tallahassee.
See, I think it's important to note here with the Ghislaine thing that, yes, Ghislaine was a procurer. Ghislaine was like a house mom that manipulated these girls and introduced them and kept them trapped. But Ghislaine was also an abuser, okay? She was an abuser. That was, right? That was something that she was like actively involved with, was actually participating in the abuse. Not with every girl, okay? But with many of them, she actually was like hands-on, like utensils on, okay? Toys on, and participating in the activities, okay? And many instances of that, okay? Being a full participatory in the acts, okay? In addition to, the house mothering and the procuring and the subtle manipulating to prevent people from leaving, etc., the cajoling and the sort of like forcing them to stay in, okay? So she was like all across the map on this thing and getting them, drugs and alcohol and what have you. She was not simply a bystander or like an agent of finding people. She was very much an active participant, and including what the other girls used to do. There were several lieutenants. There was Sarah Kellen, Nadia Marcinkova, Adriana Ross, and Leslie Groff were the four women under Ghislaine. And then there were women under them that were young girls that were procuring other young girls. But Ghislaine and these four women, those five women there, they also like took photographs of them after these sessions while the girls were awkward and ashamed. They would go and like take pictures of them while disrobed and shit for Jeffrey's collection. I mean, it was like real abusive.
Maximum security facility. You talk about her being found guilty, what that was for you, having to go through all these court proceedings then, and having to relive the trauma. And then you learn that Ghislaine now gets moved to a minimum security facility where she gets VIP treatment and lives better than lots of people do in a hotel because Trump has Todd Blanche, his former criminal defense attorney, speak with her, cut a deal with the Bureau of Prisons, and put her in a VIP type setting in Texas.
Yeah, and they're talking about having Ghislaine testify. She's a sexual abuser, a trafficker, an enabler, like a perjurer. She's been caught committing perjury and multiple lies. And now the GOP is like, oh yeah, we're going to have her testify, where she's going to like not implicate Donald Trump and whomever. She's going to try and like let people off.
Mm-hmm. So what's the question?
Now, one thing I want to point out though, I want to go back for a second here about how she said how she was very clear that she didn't have any relationship with Trump and she didn't have any sex with Trump, right? And a lot of these women that were in Jeffrey's world, they never had anything to do with Trump physically. But what I do want to note, okay, is that Trump was the vehicle of like legitimizing her and explaining her existence in America, okay? That Trump was such a part of Jeffrey Epstein's circle and Ghislaine Maxwell's circle and such a well-known name in the Palm Beach and New York social circles that when they brought an abused girl in and wanted to explain why she was in New York and why she was in Palm Beach with these people while they're abusing her, they created a narrative about Donald Trump. And they introduced her to Trump, and he would take photos with them sometimes in social settings, or he would date them. So he was like a central figure at covering this, okay? They covered having this abused girl in New York and Palm Beach by having a newspaper article written about her and Donald Trump, okay? And so then everyone's like, oh, Trump's after her. She's just another young model that he's trying to sex up. And it kind of explains her existence. So now everywhere they take her, people are like, oh, that's a girl Trump's after, right? And like, that's very different than, you know, some of these other people that are in the files, okay? Donald Trump was like central. He was a central like figure of covering for this whole operation, okay? He is like literally the main guy of main guys in this whole thing, okay? And that gets glossed over a lot, you know, that like he wasn't just a bystander. He was the one who provided the cover that allowed this whole thing to like operate.
If you, it's a long wind up to say, can you just walk us through that kind of process of,
Yes.
you know, I don't know if you experienced closure in court, but then what was it like to see what happened with the Trump administration making that decision to move her to the minimum security facility?
So, firstly, absolute props to Judge Berman, because he was phenomenal. He to give us the opportunity to come and speak our truth without a conviction. That was an unprecedented legal moment, and it was an unprecedented emotional moment for me, and it was incredibly emotional. We stood shoulder to shoulder. I sat with Virginia. And I met many of the survivors for the first time, but of course because there was a specific MO to the abuse, we knew each other and we loved each other in a very special way. And what I said that day became the New York Times quote of the day. And bear in mind that, you know, I was given when he died, and he would never kill himself. That's just a complete impossibility for somebody with the kind of pathology that Jeffrey Epstein had. You know, I was given like a day and a half notice, and they were like, do you want to speak? And I'm like, well, what is it? What does it mean? You know? And then on the day, it's like, well, do you want to use your own name? Well, I don't know. What is that? What are the implications of that? And we didn't have time for that. So I made the decision to speak in my own name, and it was brutal, and it was amazing. And it was also, you know, one of the biggest emotional roller coasters I've been on. Of course, there was more to come. So the FBI interviewed me after speaking alongside, you know, about 23 of us survivors. And the FBI said, oh, can we speak to you? And I was like, okay. And I was so overwhelmed.
That's crazy. The FBI spoke to them after that dismissal hearing, like after he's dead. I do want to pause and interject, because I saw somebody like wondering about, like, was Trump a kingpin or this, that, or the other. But one thing I do want to note is I want you guys to understand how Trump and 𝗙𝗍𝗍𝗍 and these other modeling people, how they set the stage for a lot of this thing to do. And they did the same thing. Like Epstein was doing this with certain girls like Sarah Ransom and Anushka, but Trump, when he started his modeling agency, he sort of took a nod from 𝗙𝗍𝗍𝗍, because this was what the modeling agency did. Okay, the modeling agencies like Elite Models, they would find models in Paris, in London, in Italy, in the Eastern European countries, And they would be like, oh, we're going to get you discovered. And they would bring them to America where they're trapped. They don't speak the language. They don't have any money. And then they would require those models to be entertainment. We're having a party. You girls need to come. You're going to be wearing bathing suits. And then voila, those girls come and get abused by these guys. Now, Trump did this with his models where he did a very extreme version of this. He specifically targeted Eastern European girls with Trump models. He brought them over, and then what he did was he monetized them, okay? He had buildings where he would put the girls into his buildings, his apartments, and he would charge them outrageous amounts of rent. So he would bring them to America where they couldn't escape. They had nobody here. He would send them off on modeling jobs where he would keep most of the money. Then what little money they had left, they would pay to him large amounts of that to rent his fucking apartments that he was putting him in. And then whenever he had a group of people over, they would bring the models over and make them walk across the table with like no underwear on and shit like that while all the guys looked up their dresses. I mean, this is fucking crazy shit that Trump was regularly engaged with. And this is separate from even whatever he was doing with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, this is part of the reason why a lot of these files, they don't ever want them to see the light of day, because Donald Trump himself had his own human trafficking operation under the guise of Trump models from like 1999 to like whatever 2005. Before that, he was sort of like, you know, testing the waters with the pageants and shit like that. And this was, you know, there were modeling agencies in Europe that were bringing American girls over there and doing it to him, or the agencies here were bringing European girls over here and doing it to them. And this shit was gnarly, guys. Those women were trapped. Many times they were like 14 and 15. They weren't even women. Some of them were women, but many of them were girls, 14, 15, 16 years old. And they're trapped. And then they're having to show up and like disrobe for like the modeling agency owner's friends, because they're also the entertainment. And who knows what else as far as, you know, what other behaviors and shit they all engaged in. But it's just as like toxic and abusive as it gets, you know. And Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel started their own modeling agency called MC2, but like they modeled their agency after Donald Trump's agency. Okay, so I mean, it kind of seems like Epstein was bringing girls around and sort of like, you know, concubining them, and then Trump started a modeling agency to do that with girls from Europe. And then Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel started a modeling agency to try and do it the way Trump was doing it. And then eventually they all fell out of favor, and Epstein was doing it with a network of young high school girls in Palm Beach until he got caught. And like, it's many layers of like just heartbreaking shit going on here.
And so I went to speak with the FBI. They took lots of notes. They asked lots of questions. And they said, listen, you know, if it ever came to it, if there were any co-conspirators that you could be helpful with, would you be willing to testify? And I was like, well, I'd have to understand the details and the implications of that. But in principle, yes. The next thing I heard was when I was texted about 6 o'clock in the morning, very early in the morning, by my attorney, Brad Edwards. And he said, get up. You are in the Ghislaine Maxwell indictment. She's just been arrested. And I was like, what? What does that mean? You know?
Whoa, that's weird, guys. Isn't that weird? Because you see the events right there where it seems like she said she goes to speak at the discharge hearing for Epstein. And then once she was there, the FBI like comes in and interviews her, and then Ghislaine Maxwell, she gets pulled into the Ghislaine Maxwell hearing, right? Like as though the FBI interview was like probing to see who they could involve in this other court case.
No. And then, and bear in mind, I'd already moved house once because after I went to the dismissal hearing, when I got back to Los Angeles, to my home, there were people outside my house. There were journalists. There were just people there. I don't know what they wanted. People would follow me. They'd follow me in the car. They'd chase me in the car.
Jesus.
Some were journalists. Some didn't get out of the car.
Like
so
paparazzi.
It seemed like an intimidation thing. And then when I was in the indictment, I moved again. And the harassment and the sort of tactics that are used to discredit me, but also to discourage me. And I use that term lightly.
Dude, there was like, one thing that a lot of survivors talk about is how things would happen. Like at night, cars would pull up and shine their high beams into their houses and just sit there for like hours with a running car with like high beams pouring into their house at like 2 a.m. and shit, kind of like, we're here, we're watching you, like really fucked up sort of like intimidation shit where you don't even know who's outside in the car. Are they going to come in? Are they going to kill me? What are they doing? I mean, like crazy shit, following them, threatening them, just a lot of stuff for years. This shit happened.
Because it was really intense. Contacting everybody I'd ever met, everyone I dated, my family, tracking down family members I hadn't seen for a long time. It was very frightening. And I had a young daughter at the time. And so I was moving. I used to get very paranoid. And then my attorney, Brad, says, well, it's not really paranoia, though, is it? Because you were being threatened. So it's actually valid fear. So then, fast forward to going through the trial, my whole life stopped for about a year, from the dismissal hearing, but then up to the trial. And I couldn't do anything properly because I didn't know when I was next going to be attacked. So she gets finally, after lots of bumps in the road of having, is she going to get convicted? And then when we get the verdict, then it's like, are they going to overturn it because of this juror thing? And then skip to where she gets moved. I mean, first of all, people said, oh, you must be so pleased that she's been convicted. Well, there's relief that she can't hurt anyone else and she can't place any more children and women in positions to be hurt. But it's tragic when there is a woman who has to be incarcerated so she doesn't hurt children. That's a tragic moment. And that doesn't make me happy. And when she got moved to Tallahassee, of course, there'd also been all the talk of, is she going to be pardoned? I had asked Brad, my attorney, many times before it came out in the press.
Dude, if Trump pardons Ghislaine Maxwell, like that is going to devastate like so many women and their attorneys and the investigators and everybody that have spent 30 years like hustling this case down. Because already the fact that Jeffrey got murdered and never, had to endure culpability was like truly heartbreaking. I mean, first he gets arrested. There's an iron, open shut case. And Trump's labor secretary, Alex Acosta, and the FBI just gives him and all the women lieutenants immunity. And then they fight to win the lawsuit about like the victims' rights thing so they can prosecute him in 2019. And then he ends up dead. So he gets off again, right? Then Ghislaine finally gets punished. And now she gets put in this minimum security. Man, if they pardon her, dude, it's just going to be like the final nail in the coffin. Like
I'd said, Trump is going to pardon her. I think he's going to pardon her. I'm really scared that he's going to pardon her. And at the beginning, when she was convicted, I was saying that. And he said, no, that will never happen. And, it still might. I think there's less chance now. But when she got moved, I wasn't surprised. But it is upsetting, disappointing, shocking, leaves me with a feeling of hopelessness. And now with the way that these files have been handled, it's hard to get through. Sometimes I feel like I have to get through hours at a time because it's just too much. This is years. Every week there's some big thing that interrupts the flow of my life in a way where I feel completely paralyzed.
Dude, that is like brutal. And I'd like to say another thing too, and this is about just Trump in general, is you know, I know MAGA won't acknowledge this, but Trump is a grapist. Okay? He is. I mean, when he announced he grabs him by the pussy, that is grape. Okay? And so he is a grapist through and through. It is why he engages in these behaviors like sending in 3,000 ICE agents to defile a city and take over a city when the people who manage the city and who live there say, please don't do this, and he does it anyway. He is just a grapist from head to toe. Now, the reason why I bring this up is because many, many women in America have been SA'd, okay? And every woman in America who has been SA'd, all they have to do is like hear his voice or hear, yes, the type of language he uses, which is the language of a grapist. It's like it is triggering for them, okay? Every woman in America who has been SA'd, just hearing him speak can be triggering and cause their fucking trauma to just surge out of their bodies. That's why some women, it's just the sound of his voice makes their fucking skin crawl, okay? And there's really nothing they can do. And what's wild about this is how he goes out of his way to like put his voice everywhere, right? He's got to be everywhere. He will interject him into every situation, every social event, the Olympics, a basketball game, a hockey game, a football game, like a TV show. He just tries to insert himself into every situation he can to put his voice and his drama and his gnarliness everywhere he can, because he gets off on knowing that all of those women he has harmed and all those women that have been harmed in that way are triggered by him. He like gets off on it. Okay. The rapists do. They get off on that shit, knowing that like all they have to do is speak. And every woman who's been SA'd is like, you know, it's like a power thing, because rape and SA is not a crime of sex. It is a crime of power. Okay. And so this is part of the reason why he even behaves the way he does, is because he literally gets off on saying shit and doing shit that causes abused people to get triggered. It gives him this sick sense of like being powerful. And it's also why the minute somebody stands up to him, somebody cucks him, he just cannot let it go, right? He will go to the end of the earth to like try to like take the power back the minute you fucking bruise him slightly. Okay. All of these abusers, it's not just Trump. Okay. My dad was an abuser like that too. And let me just tell you, all these motherfuckers are the same. Okay. They are all thin skinned. They are all weak as shit. And they are all like weird, like manipulative, power mongering little fucking pricks. Okay. And when you know how to fucking beat them down, you know, they're easy to beat down. But man, dude, it's fucking dirty.
You know, the fact that you thought that Trump would pardon her, and even, you know, your lawyer, who's a top lawyer for survivors out there, you know, and he said, I don't think that that's ever going to happen. And, you know, the fact that you thought that even back then. And, you know, I'm interested to know, do you think that now the only reason that it's less of a possibility is because the cover up is kind of backfiring on them with the release of the files, which complicates his ability, because he's mentioned there's 38,000 references to him. And so it becomes more, if he was able to cover it up, then he would be more likely to pardon her. Is that your thinking, or what's your thoughts there?
So what I think is it's important to try to fathom what would be the reason for him pardoning her. And I think many people have had the theory that he wants to pardon her so that she won't say things she knows about him. And although that's a possibility, I think the stronger reason, which is also the reason that he was fighting the release of the files, and the reason that the files have been released in the way that they have, is because there are more powerful people who may be people that he knows, that he really can't let down, who cannot be exposed. And I think it's those people that may be driving this situation.
It's interesting that she's saying that, like, he's protecting others, right? Protecting other more powerful people. See, I think, you know what I'm saying? I think that, like, I think him pardoning her would also be the ultimate fuck you to all the victims, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, that would be really interesting.
And I think Maxwell has a lot of information and therefore a lot of power in this situation. And that's why she's sitting where she's sitting and not where Epstein's sitting.
You think that there's a lot more being covered up right now that's not out there, that's still being hidden in those other files that are out there, and that you think that exists?
I do. I mean, obviously, as one of the survivors who was around Ghislaine and Jeffrey for over 10 years, I myself have some information, but so I know that there are things that are not out there. I also think that the way that they've it was quite strategic, I think, the way that this Epstein file dump took place before last weekend, because to flood the world with information, information comes in different categories, and to have disinformation, misinformation, and real facts all mixed in together really just creates chaos. It creates anarchy, and it creates a situation where you can't separate which one is which. And therefore,
it's tough
for the people who seek to discredit the real survivor stories, that's what they're going to use. You know, they're going to say, oh, well, this one thing is just a piece of paper with some writing on that was just a joke. And so it all must be a joke, all of it. You know, it all must be just a silly big joke.
See, this is part of the reason, guys, okay? This is part of the reason why we really sort of have to, like, be wary of focusing on the most salacious of the salacious, right? You know what I'm saying? That's the thing, guys, okay? That is one of the things, because they're doing it very purposeful to put out the most salacious shit, and they want you to bite on the craziest, most outrageous stories. And so, guys, I would just not worry about that. I think if you guys, I'll just move that shit off to the side, and then you don't even have to see it. But I think it's easiest when you do that with just ignoring it. If you start talking about their behavior, right? But I'll move it out of the way like that. If they just want you to react to their shit. And so I think, you know, now we just take it away. You can't see them anymore, right? Blah, blah, there you go. Now they can sit there and hit their button and no one can see it, right? They're just looking for that reaction, right? And you know, I think it's best to not give it. But what I will say is part of the attention economy, guys, part of the attention economy with this release of these files has been a very specific strategy, okay? A very specific strategy of releasing like really salacious, really outrageous sounding stories where you're like, oh my God. And many of them, the DOJ knows that those stories, they know which ones are not true. Okay. I'm sure they investigated some of them. So they're like, at any moment, they could put out some facts that prove the story you've gone all in on is wrong and full of shit. And then it like reduces your credibility. Okay. And so that is really, you know what I'm saying? That's a really important sort of like mechanism that, you know, fakes are coming out and they're trying to get you to bite on shit that they're going to later discredit. And then after they've discredited you biting, then when something real comes out, you're not going to have the credibility of being believable. It will be easier to discredit the real thing, which is why you have to really do a due diligence. You know what I'm saying? You really have to do a due diligence, guys.
But obviously, the truth is, you couldn't possibly have this many women who were children coming out with the same story if there wasn't something to it. And of course, there's more there, and we may never know. But from my side, now that I've been exposed, and now that I've come out and spoken publicly, I'm not even close to being done. And I'm going to keep the pressure on.
Good.
And Anushka, we'd love to have you back on as well. And as this develops, I think it's important that we center our reporting in the voice of the survivors and what you and the other community of survivors who you've been standing shoulder to shoulder with have experienced, and to always remember. And that's why I don't want, this is not a political issue to me. You know, I show the photo of you, you know, when you're a young girl, and I wanted people to hear what happened, how the grooming occurred, what took place, how you got, so that we understand that behind this are people like you who suffered and who have been living with that trauma and who take it day by day sometimes about getting through.
Mm-hmm.
And then to have this happen on top of it, it is every day. This is your life now. And so before we go to our 6 million subscribers out there, anything else you want to say for purposes of this interview? And then, of course, we're going to have you back. But I just want to give you the kind of final word that you want to tell our audience and anybody watching out there.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Well, what I want to say is from, you know, at the trial, Annie Farmer and myself testified. Annie's been an incredible advocate and an incredible
Annie's
truth
crazy.
seeker and truth teller. Of course, Carolyn Andriano spoke at the trial, and she is no longer with us. And although Virginia didn't speak at the trial, she is also no longer with us. And before the trial, I was struggling a great deal. And at some point I said, Brad, I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can do it. And I had been sent a document in error by somebody. And it was the story of somebody who had a child the same age as mine. And it was a story of another survivor who'd been a victim of Jeffrey Epstein. And I realized towards reading the end of the story that this woman had died, I think by a drug overdose or something. And
there were a lot of those.
When I read it,
unfortunately,
I realized that I had to do it. I had to do it. And even though things are not changing in the world or in this country or in this area at the pace or that I'd like them to, things are changing and we are making a difference. And I will continue to fight. And I'm very grateful that you provide a platform for survivors to speak. And I will continue to speak until I get what we came for.
𝗙𝗪𝗏, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Everybody, thank you for watching. Want to stay plugged in?
Dude, that was like super intense, man. You know what I'm saying? That was so, like, what a great interview. I'm glad we watched the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? It was like really good to hear about that. It was really interesting, like, to hear about how the story, that the way everybody knew her from that article had been planted. You know what I'm saying? And by Ghislaine Maxwell. I didn't realize that article was in the Mirror. And so hearing how it sort of came about, how it started, how the grooming started, like they all have, you know, all of them, there's like a process, and it's different for every woman. But when you know, there's a lot of books I've read Virginia Giuffre's book. I also read, there's one called Silence No More that is about Sarah Ransom. And she wrote a book. Her book is really good too. Hers is like, is really tragic. Like, she was in a far more vulnerable situation. And, you know, so hers went 0 to 60 much faster than Anushka's did. But there's so many similarities. Like, every story is really, really different, but they also have, you know, like there's also like, you know, there's I don't know, there's like a similarity to the way the process works, right? Like, every single one is sort of like unique and very individualized, but then there are certain similarities, you know what I'm saying, about just the way, like, a lot of it is about elevating and then letting down, elevating and letting down. And there's a cycle of like building these girls up and then breaking them down. And they would do that. Like Sarah Ransom, you know, they would keep telling her she was too fat, even though she was very skinny, and they would starve her and make her eat different foods and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? She would show up while everyone's having these big meals. Sarah would get a plate of grapes and stuff. And you know, they would like sort of like chide her about the weight. They did a lot of that manipulation around the girls' looks, kept them very skinny and emaciated, just really nasty shit. And so it was really interesting to hear her, you know, her like take on, you know, I don't know, to hear the way they started that shit off. It's really hard. And you know what's really hard too was, like, you know, this is the last thing I'm going to say, then I'm going to go make some videos. But what was hard was the way you realize that while this was going on, you know, while these things are going on, while these SA cases are going on, the men who are committing the abuse are not suffering. You know what I'm saying? But the women who are trying to progress forward with the cases are suffering. Like, they're the ones getting threatened and attacked and followed. And in fact, the press isn't waiting outside Jeffrey Epstein's house. The press was waiting outside the women victims, the survivors' houses, right? And that's kind of the way that shit rolls, right? Like, Jeffrey Epstein had handlers that kept that type of attention very distant from him. And he was protected. He was in a cocoon of being able to manipulate the stories and shit. And the women are just under attack the whole time, from like morning through night, everywhere they go. And it's just really, you know, it's just really, really like unfortunate how our system is set up to protect these guys, right? Like, our system, capitalism, protects abusers, guys. It just does. Like, capitalism is an abusive system, okay? It is an abusive system where a working class goes and they get on these treadmills and they grind the gears and they create vast amounts of wealth. And then an owner comes in and takes all the wealth. and gives them a little bit and then boots them out of the fucking wealth cycle and uses them, chews them up until they can't work anymore, spits them out, replaces them. And then those same owners buy the houses and the apartments. And then after the worker pays, I mean, it's literally like what Trump did to the models. They go generate wealth at a company. The owner takes all the wealth. Then they go home and they pay a third of what's left or half of what's left to their landlord, which are also the same fucking people. You know what I'm saying? The same people are like taking their wealth through property, like rental and right. And so they're like, it is an abusive system where the owners are just taking all of the wealth from this working class until they're dead. And like, that's it, man. You know what I'm saying? That's it. And I saw somebody earlier was talking about political party, but one thing I will say, guys, is similar shit has been going on with Republicans. Like Trump was a Democrat, but the Republican shit is more boys, okay? I hate to say that, but it's true that much of the Republican Party are just closeted gay men. So most of the sex trafficking that is going on, you know, if you go back, you look at Matt Schlapp and all these guys, it is like young men, okay, that are going through these Republican people, and because they're all closeted gays, and they are like even harder for them to come out because of all the stigma about men being abused and shit. And so like, dude, it's gnarly. You know what I mean? It's gnarly. It is like a gnarly fucking system. But all right, I'm going to go. You guys got a dance party. Thank you for the support. I know that was a lot. We watched a lot tonight. That was a lot to ingest. And we're going to, you know what I'm saying? No, growing together is crazy, dude. Growing together is really tough, man. That there was a home, whatever, a program that Virginia went through. A lot of these things are predatory. These like, you know, programs to help like disadvantaged kids or kids that are having emotional troubles. The programs themselves are predatory. I mean, dude, it's brutal. But all right, that was a lot. It was very heavy. And we're going to dance now. We're going to get the dance party that you guys got going. And let's fucking... Yo. All right, here we go, guys. Let's get it going. Dude, thank you, Elite. I saw your message too, boss. Appreciate you. I did not stream Fortnite today. I have not gotten ahead on I have not gotten ahead on, you know, my channel business, right? I will at some point be doing it, but dude, it's trying to get ahead is just fucking hard. But we'll get there. We'll get there. I will definitely let you know when I do. All right? Oh, yeah, baby. Let's go. Oh, shit. Super Bowl. All right, let's go, baby. Dude, let's go. You know what's so funny is, quick story. So, you know, 11 years ago was the Patriots versus the Seahawks. and me and Jenny and Bryce were like newly in this house, and we were watching the Super Bowl together, and we wanted the Patriots to win. And then the fucking Seahawks marched down the field with like a minute left. We thought the Seahawks were going to win. There was like that crazy catch with the guy catching it on the back of his legs. And we were like, holy shit, what's going on? They're on the 1 yard line. And then they threw the fateful pass that Malcolm Butler caught. And we were like jumping up and down and like celebrating. And now we want the Seahawks to win. And the Seahawks are going to win tomorrow. And I will say this, though. You ready? Like, the Patriots, I know, are owned by Robert Kraft, who is Trump's friend. But, dude, it's Massachusetts versus Seattle, okay? And so it is woke versus woke, even though the owner of the Patriots, Trump's buddy, but Seattle's going to win. Seattle's one of the wokest cities in America. Woke is taking this one with Green Day and fucking Bad Bunny. And let me just tell you this. I know that TPUSA has their little pedo fest, okay, with Kid Rock and all the other pedos. They're having their little pedo halftime special, right? But, like, we know, you ready? We know that every MAGA shithead is probably going to be watching the Super Bowl too, guys, because there's no way they're going to be able to berate it. They're not going to be able to talk shit about it if they don't watch it. So they're going to be watching us. Nobody's going to be watching them because their little pedo fest is beat. Dude, shows are getting canceled. Kid Rock shit. Screw them. Fuck you, MAGA. All right? The Dems are ripping through the special elections. We're going to destroy them in November. We're going to take the power back. We're going to, like, from the jaws of defeat, we're going to grab this country back. TPUSA is not going to own us. Dude, let's go, baby. All right? You ready? Oh, get stretched. Oh, shit, boss. All right, it's time to dance. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Little deja vu. Deja vu. Deja vu. Let's get it. Oh, come on, baby. Let's go! Oh. All right. Dude. Fucking winded. All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm in love. I'm in love. I'm in love with everything. I'm in love. I'm in love. I'm in love. Everything but me. Yeah, yeah. But me. Yeah, yeah. All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Dude, take care of your head, baby. All right? Take care of your head. We got a long way to go. We got a long way to go. 3 more years, but remember what's at stake, baby. It's all about the freedom. Good night.
Freedom. Obsessions, always jumping through. I'm so tangled, I'm so worthy. I'm just lost in my reflection. Pay attention.